Welcome to PBCJ's live coverage of the lower house. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. The session will start with prayers followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. The Standing Orders Committee shall have the duty of considering from time to time and reporting on all matters relating to these standing orders as may be referred to it by the House. Is this true or false? Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the lower house. On the agenda this session, the State of the Constituency debate continues with Member of Parliament for St. Mary Western, Mr. Robert Montague, down to make his presentation. The State of the Constituency debate is a feature of the lower house of Parliament that was introduced to widen participation of members of Parliament while shortening the sectoral debate presentations. You should know that the Jamaican Parliament consists of two houses, the Senate, also called the Upper House, and the House of Representatives, also known as the Lower House. The maximum life of a parliament is 5 years, at the end of which Parliament must be dissolved and a general election held. However, the Prime Minister may advise the Governor-General to dissolve Parliament at any time within the 5 years and name a date for a general election. Also, Parliament must be dissolved and a general election held if a majority of all the members of the House of Representatives supports a no-confidence motion against the government. The House of Representatives may consist of 63 members, the maximum allowed by the Constitution, elected by a single-member constituency on the first-past-the-post basis. The government in power can only exist if it has the support of the majority of the members of the House of Representatives. Interestingly, the House of Representatives approved a motion in recent times to name the municipality of Portmore Jamaica's 15th parish. This will be the first time since 1867 that a new parish is being created. If you are planning to attend a session at Gordon House, here are some rules to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the house. No visitor shall be admitted to the house without first obtaining an admission card from the office of the clerk. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the house during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceeding is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We stated, the Standing Orders Committee shall have the duty of considering from time to time and reporting on all matters relating to the standing orders, as may be referred to it by the House. Is this true or false? It's true. The Standing Orders Committee shall have the duty of considering from time to time and reporting on all matters relating to the standing orders, as may be referred to it by the House. You should know that the permanent written rules under which the House regulates its proceedings are known as the standing orders. Now over to the proceedings.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Here it is! in case of an earthquake and the place starts shaking.
Drop, cover, and hold on.
Drop, cover, and hold on in case of an earthquake.
There's a few tips that can keep you from harm. In case of an earthquake, you gotta stay calm. Move away from doors, windows, and things that can fall. Try not to use steps or elevators at all.
Drop, protect your head on your face. Don't go running all over the place.
Cover,
under a bed or a table, against a wall that's firm and stable.
hold on.
You must hold on, don't panic, stay calm.
Don't move until the shaking stops.
Here it is.
Drop, cover, and hold on.
Drop, cover, and hold on in case of an earthquake.
Drop, cover, and hold on.
Learn how to protect yourself during an earthquake. Log on to weready.org. That's weready.org for more information.
Life is about balance, about give and take. And forests give us so much. They purify our water. They clean our air. They fight climate change by capturing carbon. They give us food, life-saving medicines, and they improve our well-being. But our forests are vulnerable. They are endangered by fires, pests, droughts, and other threats. That is why we need to look after them. We need to give, not only take. Healthy forests for healthy people.
I am Jamaican.
I am JDF Coastline.
I am an infantry soldier.
I am JDF Railway.
I am
a JDF soldier.
This is the Aedes aegypti mosquito that spreads the Zika, chikungunya, and dengue viruses. Protect yourself from the bite of this mosquito.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever get yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information. A maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, What if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country give citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit jampja.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica.
Here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we have in thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of all hearts, of all purses and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Call of the road. This honorable House now resume its sitting. It is indeed a great honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives on this Tuesday, October 31st, 2023, for the continuation of the State of the Constituency debate. I would like to extend a special welcome to those who are joining us online via various social media platforms, PBCJ, live stream, and those in the gallery. Call of the roll.
Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Ms. Grange, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Vaz, Mrs. Malaufort, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Main, Mrs. Cuthbert-Flynn, Mr. Terrelong, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Witter, Ms. Smith, Mr. Davis, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Goldin, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hylton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright.
House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I want to join you in welcoming the members in the gallery who are here on behalf, of course, of the constituency where the member will be making presentations today. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, you must forgive me, sir. I'm really accustomed to Madam Speaker, but it's really good to have you today. I wish for you to proceed with the agenda as indicated, and we may have to do referrals at a later point to perhaps motions to be made orally. But I would like for you to go through the agenda as is, so as to facilitate the report of the PAAC and also to enable the Standing Finance Committee to meet and the reporting to be done so as to enable public business to pursue seamlessly. Also, Mr. Speaker, I would like to indicate that the tradition of having the State of Constituency debate preceding all other business of the House will not happen today in order to enable these arrangements as I indicated. So in the regular public business, we will take the presentations from the two members who are supposed to be the member from Western St. Andrew and the member from St. Mary Western. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as the House Leader indicated the order of matters to be conducted henceforth, you will recall that the House Leader gave a schedule of certain debates to take place post the summer break. I was wondering if the House Leader at this time could indicate about when he expects the private members' motions and the order paper to commence so that adequate preparations can be made for them, and in particular, the one standing in my name, for which I have written the House Leader on. Mr. Speaker, the matter is indeed time sensitive. It is impatient of attention by this House, and I had hoped that the leader would have been seized of that fact and have sought to have some urgency to it. I'll yield to him.
Mr. Speaker, the members is quite in order to make the necessary inquiry as to the timing of when the debate on private members' motion will commence. The state of the constituency debate is intended to continue until the 5th of December based on the number of MPs who have indicated their interest to speak. And as I indicated, Mr. Speaker, it is my desire to ensure that adequate time is allowed for private members' motion. And indeed, the private members' motion, which has been on the order paper, will be considered. And he need not worry about that. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Statement by ministers. Announcement.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. The Rainwater Harvesting Planning Guideline dated October 2023. A National Water Resources Master Plan for Jamaica and the Water Resources Approved National Water Resources Master Plan Notice 2023 and its resolution under the Water Resources Act. Report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberation on the Third Supplementary Estimates for the financial year ending March 31, 2024, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2023-2024 Interim Report, and the Jamaica Public Body's Second Supplementary Estimates of Revenues for the year ending March 2024.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers. Reports from committees. Go ahead, member.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House of Representatives a copy of the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Third Supplementary Estimates of Expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2024. The Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2023-24 Interim Report and the Jamaica Public Body's Second Supplementary for Revenues and Expenditures for the year ending March 2024.
Notice of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Third Supplementary Estimates of Expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2024, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 23-24 Interim Report, and the Jamaica Public Body's Second Supplementary of Revenues and Expenditure for the year ending March 2024, which were laid on the table of the House on the 31st day of October 2023, be adopted.
Question and answers, and answer to questions. Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring a notice. Motion related to the sitting of the House. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated on the matter of public business, I will entertain the report from the PAAC at this time, followed by the commencement of the state of the constituency debate. By resolution, Mr. Speaker, I will move for the continuation of the State of the Nation, of the constituency debate, so as to allow for the members from Western St. Andrew and Western St. Mary to make their presentation. So may it please you now to invite the chairman of the PAAC to make his report.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Question on the floor. Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be brief. As we met a few weeks ago to deal with the third supplementary budget as is required by the FAA Act. Mr. Speaker, we had attending upon us the Financial Secretary of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, Bank of Jamaica, Ministry of Economic Growth, Job Creation, Ministry of Education and Youth, Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. There were other ministries that appeared or was in the precinct of the Parliament, but time wouldn't have allowed us to have all of them sit in front of the PAC. Where monetary developments are concerned, the Bank of Jamaica maintained its single rate in September 2023 at 7%, as it has done for the past 6 months since February 2023. Where inflation is concerned, Jamaica's point-to-point inflation rate, August 2022 to August 2023, was 6.8%. This was a slight uptick from the 6.6% point-to-point rate in July 2023 and represents the 24th out of the past 25 months in which Jamaica's inflation has been above the BOJ's target band of 4% to 6%. Jamaica's inflation reached a peak in October 2022 to 10.3% before declining to 10.8% in April 2023. Weighted average selling rate of the Jamaican dollar vis-a-vis the US dollar at the end of August 2023 was 155.42 cents compared to the 151.60 at the end of August 2022. This represents a 2.5% depreciation of the domestic currency over the 12-month period, compared to a 0.3% appreciation for the comparable period to the end of August 2022. Outturn for financial year 2022-23, the overall fiscal performance, Mr. Speaker, for financial year 2022-23 showed improvement relative to the estimates provided in the fiscal policy paper at the beginning of the year. Revenue and grants for financial year 22-23 total $827.775 billion, exceeding the original target by 10.4%, but was 19.077 billion, or 2.3% below the revised target in the fourth supplementary estimates. This shortfall was mainly due to the underperformance of tax revenues and, to a lesser extent, the underperformance of capital revenue and grant. The shortfall in tax revenue was highly influenced by the subcategories production and consumption in international trade. The underperformance in these categories was tempered by the 5.907 billion surplus from income and profits. During financial year 2022-23, central government expenditure of 819.989 billion was 19.944 billion, or 2.4% less than program. So, Speaker, the third supplementary estimate, 2023-24 provides for expenditure of 1.094 billion 386 million. Yeah. Yes. Representing an increase of 58.2 billion, or 5.6% over the second supplementary estimates approved in July 2023. The largest additions to the third supplementary are 32.7 billion, representing provisions for the second year of the GOJ compensation exercise, followed by an increase of 27.8 billion for debt service, reflecting increase in interest and amortization payments due to higher domestic payments, but especially international interest rates. There was a significant 8.74 billion, or 11.6% reduction in the allocation of capital expenditures. So, Speaker, capital expenditures was down, as was just said, mainly due to slower than planned expenditures, execution of projects. The 75.4 billion capital budget was underspent by 11.96 billion, or 16%, which was partially counterbalanced by 3.209 billion in new injections of a net underspend of 8.84 billion, or 11.4%. In relation to the financing of the third supplementary estimate, the FS indicated that it is to be financed from growth in revenue and grants in financial year 23-24. Revenues are currently projected at 949.7 billion, 32% of GDP, an increase of 43.1 billion, or 4.8% over the second supplementary estimate. These revenues are expected to be generated from the following sources: tax revenues 35.8 billion, non-tax revenues 6.1 billion, grants 1 billion. Over the medium term, revenue and grants are projected to grow from continued expansion of the economy at about 1 to 3% per year. Findings and recommendations, Mr. Speaker. A lot of time was spent on procurement issues, noting that 11% of the capital budget that had been unspent and the delays in contracting and projecting execution, which was resulting in monies allocated for projects during the financial year being returned to the coffers of the government. The FS explained that there were several reasons why some projects had not been progressed as expected, but she did not believe that the procurement system was a problem. And most members thought that there was an issue with the procurement system. The question was asked, Mr. Speaker, what is an emergency infrastructure project? And the time frame that the Ministry of Finance and the procurement exercise takes to determine what is an emergency project vis-a-vis just a normal project. Members were particularly charging that the procurement system seems unable to deal with emergencies like the collapse of the Troy Bridge in an expeditious way. Questions emerge as to what was an emergency for procurement purposes. Question was asked by one member, noting that BOJ had been raising interest rates to mop up liquidity as part of its efforts at reducing inflation. Question whether the effort was having the intended effects, since while commercial lending rates remained high, higher policy rates from the BOJ has had little or no effect on raising saving rates to encourage more savings by the public. The governor of the BOJ acknowledged that the higher policy rates by the BOJ had not been transmitted efficiently to deposit-taking institutions. He explained that was likely due to the fact that the commercial banking system in Jamaica was dominated by two large banks who accounted for about 60% of the market. And if neither one of them responded to the BOJ, by raising rates, the smaller institutions were unlikely. So the net effect is that the increase in policy rates is not translating in policy decision as the BOJ would want it to be, or the government of Jamaica. The PAAC was also concerned about the uptick in inflation from 6.2 in July 2023 to 6.8 in August 2023. One member questioned whether in the face of the unresponsiveness of the domestic banking system so far to the following BOJ's leadership by raising savings and lending rates to MOPA, if the BOJ simply continue to increase its policy rate. The governor commented that the uptick in inflation in August was not caused by a weak monetary policy, but by factors such as high agricultural prices and drought conditions. The issue of the compensation to teachers, Mr. Speaker, the permanent secretary, having the problems being experienced by some teachers under the compensation restructuring have been resolved. The permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education and Youth explained that the problems some teachers are still experiencing with the new compensation regime was mainly related to two allowances, the remote allowance and the graduate allowances. The remote allowance is granted to about 2,400 teachers who work in deep rural or volatile urban areas. The graduate allowance is given to teachers who have the equivalent of a master's or PhD degrees. The PS acknowledged that the problem with the remote allowance arose from a mistake by the Ministry of Education and Youth in paying that allowance at the old rate instead of the agreed rate following conversion for the old and the new rate salary scale. And this matter is being dealt with themselves and the unions and the Ministry of Finance. The issue of farm roads also came up. It was noted that an additional $200 million has been allocated to the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries in the third supplementary for the rehabilitation of farm roads. There was concern, Mr. Speaker, about the construction of farm roads and the lack of drainage that are put on these farm roads. And is it that we are putting an additional $200 million towards the construction of farm roads, but then are we maintaining the farm roads when they do develop potholes because of the lack of drainage? The compensation restructuring now complete for all MDAs, noting that the substantial sum of $37.4 billion that is currently targeted for the second year of the public sector compensation restructuring. Members of the PAAC inquired if the restructuring exercise was now complete across the public sector. The members cited that the outstanding issues with teacher compensation and added that she had been approached by the worker from the national. One member said they have been approached by workers from the National Water Commission who had expressed dissatisfaction with the outcome of their salary restructuring. The FS responded saying that for the most part, the restructuring had been substantially completed for the vast majority of public sector entities. The Ministry of Finance recommendations, the Ministry of Finance should take the initiative in organizing a committee of agencies that are involved in the public sector procurement and contracting process to review the operations. As it was mentioned on more than one occasion that the shortcomings with the procurement right across the government was because of a lack of understanding of how the system itself worked within procurement departments. If it may please you, Mr. Speaker, that ended my participation in the debate. Anybody else? No? Mr. Speaker. Oh, sure.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just to note, in the report, there is an error, I think, in the table dealing with, on page 7 of the report, the debt service numbers for the third supplementary estimates have negative balances, which is not correct. These are positive balances, so that needs to be noted and corrected. Page 7.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm grateful for the observation by the leader of the opposition, and we'll make sure that correction is made. Mr. Speaker, conclude the debate as motion. Motion be approved.
The question on the floor is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated, I beg to move for the continuation of the State of Constituency debate. At this sitting of the House, we will have 2 speakers, the member from St. Mary Western and the member from St. Andrew Western, in that order. May it please Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
The member from St. Mary Western.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you and the clerk and our staff for all the guidance and support. Let me also thank my colleagues on both sides of the House for the help throughout the past year. Allow me to thank my personal and administrative staff, both in Kingston and St. Mary, my security team, including those who volunteer to help to keep me safe. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the good people of the greatest constituency in Jamaica, Western St. Mary, for bestowing on me the honor and the privilege of being their representative to this honorable House. A special thanks to my 4 councillors and 1 councillor caretaker, my constituency executive, and the best set of political workers. I thank my family and close friends for understanding why I miss a birthday, a graduation, or any family function that they may host. I have improved, Mr. Speaker, they say, but I know I have a lot of work to do on that front. But I also thank my God, who has poured his grace on me, forgive me of my sins, and has prepared a rather abundant table in the presence of my enemies. Mr. Speaker, this year, I intend to depart from the normal report on my constituency and speak about rural development. I intend to lay out a pathway, a roadmap, a new deal for rural development. But allow me, Mr. Speaker, to address 4 points before I speak to the new deal. Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that the National Works Agency should consider allowing parish offices to procure works below $10 million so that local projects in rural Jamaica can be advanced. Too many small projects have not been approved. For example, the 40 million road patching project the Prime Minister approved months ago cannot get started in many areas because we are waiting on the procurement department in Kingston. I want to thank the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, for signing and approving the expanded Mason Hall water project for my constituency. This project in its expanded form will see some 5 million gallons of water being lifted from the White River to solve the water problems not only of Mason Hall and Desmond, but as was originally proposed, but the water issues in Tower Isle, Raya Nuevo, Charlestown, Three Hills, Valley Bush, Mango Valley, Fellowship Hall, Galena, Spicy Grove, and Boscobel. Many housing projects will now be able to be started, including the National Housing Trust Housing Scheme in Galena and the development of the Lighthouse Road settlement upgrade. The Minister of Finance has also allocated enough funds to the Ministry of Education in the recent supplementary budget to purchase lands next to the Taki High School so that we can remove that school from the shift system and have one campus. Currently, the Taki High School has 2 campuses 8 miles apart and is on shift. The Minister of Education has decided to personally oversee this spending and has already instructed the Permanent Secretary to get the purchase completed without delay. This has to be done this financial year, as the Minister of Finance has given his word, his solemn word and commitment to allocate the needed funds to see to the construction of classrooms, labs, and offices as soon as possible. To the Minister of Finance and Education, on behalf of the students, teachers, and parents and the community, we thank you for your commitment in fast-tracking this well-deserved project. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has been very kind and gracious to me and the constituency of late. And we hope he will be just as gracious in the next matter. The contract workers from Western St. Mary, Minister, have asked me to help them to get an increase, to benefit under the compensation review policy. They have asked that you revisit the issue of not giving an increase because they are on contract and they must wait until the end of the contract period. Yet the people in big positions, ministers, CEOs, executive directors, managing directors, every single senior position in government and state agencies have gotten their increase, and they too are on contract. But the little people, some of those at the parish council, RADA, NWA, NSWMA, schools, etc., the constituency secretaries, executive assistants to ministers, etc., are telling me they cannot get an increase. And even the drivers of members of parliament. Minister, this is manifestly unfair. But I have good news for you, Minister. I have checked the law, the regulations, and the Ministry of Finance circulars, and they all allow that contracts can be amended. Minister, my canvas shows some 347 contract workers are in my constituency. And I am not ashamed to tell you that I'm going to need every single one of them and their families when the local government election is called. I'm going to need them and more if I am to retain the 5 parish council divisions, and I intend to. So, Minister, please give them a much desired increase. Minister, in doing that, don't be irresponsible, Minister. Protect the economic gains we have over the past. So a 20% increase as of April 1, I believe, is a fair deal for the contract workers. Additionally, Minister, we need to have the FinSAC report completed and published. Too many tears, too many broken families, too many destroyed business. And with the recent SSL debacle, it is now more important than ever to have this report. Although there are some who don't want to see this report, the question must be asked in whose interest it is not to have it published. Minister, we campaigned on it. We promised it. The cabinet approved it. Minister, publish the report. Many state agencies and public bodies seems to be misinterpreting the new regulation on board membership. Their writing board members indicated that they have served their 3 terms and cannot be reappointed. But this cannot be so because the regulations were passed last year and the law cannot be applied retroactively. I am therefore calling on you, Minister of Finance, to issue a memo clarifying the situation. Madam Speaker, on my New Deal for rural development, many of the thoughts and ideas are not new, but the first time they have been packaged this way. For Jamaica to grow and meet the demands of climate change and external shocks, we must encourage more people to stay in rural Jamaica. So the benefits, the bells and whistles must be brought and made available to the people in rural Jamaica. I must acknowledge that this government is seized with the urgency of the issue, and that is why rural development is placed with local government and it has been elevated into the name of the ministry. Rural development is a priority of this Andrew Holness-led government. Rural development, however, Mr. Speaker, is not agricultural development. Let's be very clear. Under the New Deal, Mr. Speaker, I am suggesting that the first thing we need to establish is a free high-speed internet network. This should be delivered by a combination of fiber optic cable and satellite-based internet. The Universal Service Fund, I'm sure, can pay for this. Once this is done, an online polytechnic should be launched and paid for by Heart NTA. This will allow Jamaicans in rural Jamaica to access training and certification while staying at home. Partnerships with other online and open universities will make programs and modules available and accessible to rural Jamaica. Short courses, diplomas, associate and first degrees can be had, and most importantly, on-the-job certification will become more accessible. B, a build-out of the telemedicine capabilities into our clinics and hospitals, thus leveraging the specialized skills and knowledge to benefit more persons, and this can be paid for by the National Health Fund. C, online business processing offices, BPOs, will allow more people to be employed online in rural Jamaica, and companies that sign up for this should be automatically granted free zone status. D, a high-speed internet network in rural Jamaica will allow the government to build out its own Silicon Valley type location, where business incubator services can be offered, facilities for software development, coding, app and game designs, robotics development, and research into advanced technologies. A suitable location, Mr. Speaker, could be the Eden Park lands that sits between Central and Western St. Mary, which is close to the Ian Fleming International Airport, the Arokobesa Marina, the Tower Isle, and the hundreds of hotel rooms. But most importantly, it is very close to where the undersea cables land, bringing internet into Jamaica. Point 2, the development of aviation and the yachting industry. Develop general aviation and the yachting sector. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see that the Airports Authority of Jamaica is finally acting on my suggestion to offer scholarships to children in the parishes that have airports for them to advance careers in aviation. Mr. Speaker, we need to continue the discussion I started with the 350,000-strong American Owners and Pilots Association to be our partners in aviation development and to be a site for membership flyings. Mr. Speaker, if you own a plane, you need to fly it somewhere. And if you're a pilot, you need to fly in order to keep your license. Jamaica has a reputation of producing the best pilots. Let's leverage all of that. And Mr. Speaker, if 10% of AOPA membership fly into Jamaica annually, that's 35,000 planes per year, or 2,916 planes per month, or 97 planes per day, or 13 planes per day for each of the 7 airports. We may not be able to park 13 planes at some of our aerodromes. The same applies for yachts. If you have a boat, you have to sail it. You need places to go. We were far advanced while I was there, so let's cut the talk and the red tape and get going. The new Minister of Transport is a go-getter, so I am confident that he will get it done. The landing and docking fees, supplies, fuel, employment and accommodations will add to our revenue streams. Mr. Speaker, the Airport Authority, the Civil Aviation, Port Authority and the Ship Registry can and must jointly underwrite this expenditure. 3, the bed and breakfast sector is the fastest growing sector worldwide and allow more dollars to be retained locally and give the widest spread to more persons. This sector opens up more possibilities for growth and inclusion of the ordinary Jamaican. But we must commend the Honorable Minister of Tourism for the incredible job he is doing in the sector. He has not only steadied the ship, but has surpassed the pre-COVID growth. Equally, the Minister of Tourism, Edmund Bartlett, has been the only Minister of Tourism that has spent so much on community and product development in rural Jamaica. I therefore call on the Minister of Finance to release more funds from the proceeds of the Tourism Enhancement Fund so that Minister Bartlett and his team can spend more to improve the product and advertise. We must ensure that every bed and breakfast is registered and do a program of advertising in the European market, as they are more likely to stay longer and spend more time off the beaten track. And this program could be funded from the Tourism Enhancement Fund. B, I am also calling for a tiered minimum wage system. It should be that if you employ 5 or less persons, it should be one national minimum rate. 6 to 12, another rate, and so on. A housewife, Mr. Speaker, or a small business should not be asked to pay the same minimum wage as a hotel, a gas station, or a BPO. It is unfair. We should give the option of allowing tourism entities to pay their staff in rural Jamaica in foreign exchange. Item 4 for rural development, water. Rural Jamaica needs a better water distribution network. We do not have a shortage of water in Jamaica, even in the worst drought. We have a distribution of that water problem. So collect from the Mines and Geology Department the underground surveys that shows untapped bodies of water. One mining outfit, Geophysics, has made an offer to give up this information for free. They are Jamaicans and should be commended. I made this announcement years ago. We now need not only to collect the information, but to act on it. B, the government needs to allot some $800 to $1 billion to the Rural Water Company to provide solar pumps and develop small springs in communities. This will provide water to communities until the National Water Commission can fix their distribution network, and this can be funded from the Consolidated Fund. 5, Mr. Speaker, we need to sit down with the United States government and reach an agreement to lease a recently retired nuclear vessel to provide cheaper electricity. This vessel can be or should be parked at their naval base in Guantanamo Bay for security and maintenance reasons, and via underground cable deliver electricity here. These vessels can provide some 350 megawatts of power at approximately US 4 cents. If you add 2 US cents for transmission and 2 cents for loan repayment and lease, that's 8 US cents. This is far cheaper than what the JPS can produce electricity for, even with the most efficient production technology. This would be a game changer for our manufacturers, mining and tourism operators. B, a properly funded program for rural electrification over 2 years of approximately $1.5 billion is needed. A combination of pole lines and solar generators in hard-to-reach places or where it could be more economical. The solar generator can be provided for extremely poor households, and some form of sweat equity be developed for persons so that they can do voluntary and community service until an agreed portion or all is paid. Nothing in life is free. 7, land titling. Mr. Speaker, almost 50% of our lands are not titled, and it is worse in rural Jamaica. This government has announced the provision of some 70,000 titles over 3 years. This is most commendable. We need to accelerate this project. While I was briefly at the Ministry of Housing, I discovered that some 15,000 titles were being held in the ministry, not collected by persons who were already in possession of the land. So we employed 3 lawyers to review the files and found that a large amount of titles were being held because of small amounts outstanding. I instructed that sums less than 60,000 should be cleared and a total arrived at, so that the cabinet could write off the amount in celebration of our 60th year as a nation. The rough check showed that there were 9,000 titles in that category, but 3,000 had other issues. So approximately 6,000 titles can be released if the cabinet or the Ministry of Finance agrees to write off these small amounts, which came out to approximately $48 million for the remaining 6,000 titles, or $8,000 on average per title. This is an average of 95 titles per constituency, or 428 per parish. Whatever is the issue with the 15,000 titles, within 3 years of the payment of property taxes from them alone would repay whatever funds were written off. Economic improvement to these properties would help to boost tax revenue and create employment. And nothing gives a rural man more stability than having his own land title. The NLA, National Land Agency, must be given enough resources from the Council Fund so as to accelerate the adjudication process and the systematic land titling process. Mr. Speaker, search must be made by all government entities that have land titles for people, and a program of giving out the title to the current occupant after suitable checks and verification is done is urgently needed. This is a low-hanging fruit with serious cultural and intergenerational economic gain for families, communities, and this country. The government must fund a program of house repairs. Many persons in rural Jamaica already own their homes, whether by building, inheritance, or acquisition, or gift. They, however, need assistance with repairs. We must fill this need, and this can be funded from the uncollected NHT returns. The social housing program of the government and the indigent program of the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development are worthwhile programs that fill a need and must be commended. But if the government cannot fund the social housing and the housing repairs, give the MPs the option of taking all 5 houses allocated per constituency, or allow us as MPs to convert at least 40 to 50% of the cost of construction into the purchasing of building materials or repairs from approved hardware. I am asking for a balanced option to this housing issue if both cannot be separately and fully funded. National security. 8. For rural Jamaica to really grow, we need to continue the excellent work on crime that the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Member and his team is doing. This government must continue to provide and increase its national security budget. Lest we forget, let me remind all that this government has annually, from 2016, been the government to consistently outspend all other governments in our history on national security. We need to get the Social Development Commission, the SDC, to again place a community development officer in all communities. These persons were the points of contact for social services. They taught social graces, conflict resolution, healthy cooking and eating, invited various social agencies into communities, organized community groups, sporting events, career development, family planning, and mentorship. They gave direction to communities. We need to go back there. B, we need to study and adopt the El Salvador model of dealing with gangs. We must include under the Enhanced Security Act the provisions for declaring what I call a state of emergency on the violence producer and not on the community. I am confident that the work I started along with Minister Charles on that act will continue. The monitoring and reporting orders, for example, will remain, We must take the DNA and fingerprint samples from persons who are subjected to monitoring orders. But, Minister, if we are going to adopt the El Salvador model, please do not build a super detention facility. Do one for every parish. Place them in or near the JDF camps. Build them so that they can also be used as youth training centers, so that when someone is detained, we can teach them a skill and some soft life skills as well. There must be sections that some are simply just locked away because some are irredeemable. We must install cell phone jammers and a courtroom at each, so there is no need to move them. They must be small, so you reduce the opportunity for gang members to network with others, and you end up with a bigger problem when they are released. Mr. Speaker, 6 years ago, in El Salvador, it used to be 103 murders per 100,000. Last year, it was 8 murders per 100,000. We need to study what they are doing. We need to revamp the Ananda alert system that I had started while I was at local government and go back to partnering with the municipal corporations. The system was designed to utilize community groups, citizens, and institutions. It not only takes a village to raise a child, it takes a village to protect a child. Mr. Speaker, we must expand the Jamaica Eye system, again started by me, and place cameras in every rural community and roadway. Introduce drones into the monitoring of the island and parish borders, and the drone footage fed into the Jamaica Eye system. An internet network would be in existence, and we could use solar Wi-Fi cameras as well. Mr. Speaker, we need to speed up the deployment of the NIDS. Every Jamaican must have an ID on them at all times. We need to increase the Jamaica Constabulary Force intake by using the existing MOUs in the ministry that was established with community colleges to provide 1 semester of police theory and foundation subjects, and then these persons would be sent to the police college for 2 months to do the practical aspects of the training. We use it on 1 batch of 600 using the excess space at the UWI when Minister Charles and myself were there. And it worked. Mr. Speaker, we need 2,000 trained officers per year for 3 years to get to full strength and to compensate for retirement and resignations. Equally, schools each school, primary and high, should ask the police to vet persons who present to be vendors, and a space must be created on the school compound for vendors. And no one who is not vetted or trained and registered should not be allowed to sell to our school children. 9, we need to train for export. We need to sit down with the U.S. Department of Education and Labor and identify gaps in their economic program and negotiate an agreement so that they can pay or contribute to the training of specific skills and make the persons available to them on a contracted basis. Teachers, nurses, medical support staff, police, skills tradesmen, etc. For example, Minister Charles at the Ministry of Labor should be asking the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to talk to Homeland Security so that we could provide the 2,000 masons and the 1,500 welders and 500 truck drivers that will be needed to help to build a new border wall on sections of the United States southern border. This is an opportunity, Minister, worth pursuing. 10, agriculture. A program of teaching hydroponics in our schools must be launched because this will be the basis of our home gardening in the future. Pick and promote crops that we have a distinct comparative advantage, such as turmeric, ginger, lychee, pimento, coconuts. Plant an economic amount and have rather teach persons the basic agro-processing. C, start a program to improve pig and goat herds and production by having artificial insemination centers and graded rams stationed across Jamaica. This will improve the herd quality and quantity. Then work with the processors so there will be no need to import any bacon or pork byproducts. We should, within 3 years, stop the importation of goat meat and we will be able to produce and process at least 20% of our milk needs from goats. D, with the internet networks, finally, Minister Hutchinson, chips can be introduced into our animals to reduce theft. Issue registered farmers with shotgun license if they meet the basic requirement and are mentally sound. Use drone technology in planting, monitoring, security, and crop care, including insecticide, water, and fertilizer application. And this will reduce costs and over-application of chemicals. Increase research in targeted areas, increase soil conservation, encourage organic farming, and create a clearinghouse for farmers using the PC Bank network. Farmers, for example, who sell to a hotel and have to be waiting a long time to be paid, could take their invoice to the PC Bank, who would discount that invoice and pay out the farmer. The PC Bank would now be owed by the hotel, and the PC Bank could charge a normal overdraft fees on that account after the payment due date. So farmers could quickly get working capital, and the hotel could smooth out their cash flow, and the PC Bank would make a profit. Item 11, infrastructure. A rural road improvement program is desperately needed, plus a rural maintenance program for patching and drain cleaning. Mr. Speaker, Minister Warmington is doing yeoman service in that ministry, but he needs more resources. The rollout of the Lentman program must be done without delay, and the NHT should spend 25 to 30% of their budget on maintenance of housing schemes. The National Works Agency should have more training programs with contractors so that new technologies and methodology in road and drain maintenance can be introduced. A research program to design and find more suitable ways of treating and building our roads. Contractors who underperform or do not complete their tasks should be suspended from undertaking new contracts for a stipulated period. And we need a program for bridge maintenance and river training. Mr. Speaker, if we implement some of these ideas and recommendations, rural Jamaica will be the place to be. Mr. Speaker, the third term is loading. The third term of this government depends on rural Jamaica. This government will achieve these goals if we start now. The third term is loading. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the government will accept some of these recommendations because Kingston is not Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, rural Jamaica is where you can work, raise your families, and retire. Mr. Speaker, the third term is loading. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your graciousness.
Man, powerful. That is right. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, thank the member for his presentation, and I now ask you to invite the member from Kingston, from St. Andrew Western, right.
Spoil it.
He destroyed it at the end. Great. Always, always. Mr. Speaker, colleague members of this Honorable House, allow me to recognize a few persons from my constituency and related thereto before I make this presentation. Let me take time out to thank the Almighty for continued health, to thank my councillors and members of the constituency executive for their continued support in what has been the most trying times of my life as a representative of the people. I want to recognize my administrative staff as well, some of whom are here this afternoon, and to thank the supportive business entities for their many contributions to the welfare of constituents from time to time. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, to thank the people for their love, patience, and understanding in these difficult times. My appreciation to the Clerk of the House and her staff for the kind courtesies extended to me as a parliamentarian. And to you, Mr. Speaker, for your balance and generosity of time. Mr. Speaker, over the course of my near 15 years representation of the people of Western St. Andrew, 30 years total in representational politics, there have been a number of achievements at the individual and community levels. Perhaps none more personally satisfying to me than the development of a multi-purpose community center in Riverton Meadows. Developed with the kind cooperation of overseas and community assistance. Mr. Speaker, we are far advanced with plans for an official opening of the Riverton Multipurpose Center. But, Mr. Speaker, like other constituencies, we are challenged by several issues, ranging from the need for replacement of water and sewage pipes in communities that are older than independent Jamaica, the pace and allocations for social housing, the non-issuance of titles to hundreds of home and landowners in sections of the constituency, the haphazard and inadequate approach to the repair and maintenance of community roads and drains, etc. However, time does not allow me to address them all here today. Therefore, I will focus on two high-priority areas: education and the urgent need for the cleaning of rivers and gullies in the constituency. On education, Madam Speaker, my decision to enter representational politics at a young age was because I believed it to be the most productive way to impact the quality of lives at both the individual and community levels. I have always felt and still believe that education and training is the most profound way to improve the quality of life of individuals, the development of communities, and advancement of a country. As Member of Parliament, I have consistently allocated upwards of a half of my CDF to tuition fees
at all levels of the education system, as well as the provision of education supplies, equipment, and teacher development to enhance the education experience for students, teachers, and unattached youths in the constituency. In the process, I have partnered with diaspora organizations, civic organizations, community-based organizations, and private sector entities to address some of the needs of children, parents, and schools. And I have worked with the various entities of government to improve access to quality education for the people of the constituency at all levels and at different stages of their lives. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the achievement of the students of St. Andrew Western, many of whom are now doctors, lawyers, accountants, teachers, nurses, engineers, and other professionals, and who now work in the private and public sectors and are making meaningful contributions to the development of their communities and society, most coming from humble beginnings. I'm equally proud of the many micro and small-scale entrepreneurs, striving to be positive influences for their families and communities, and I remain hopeful for those who have the ability but have not yet had the opportunity to excel. My commitment and focus remain strong. Mr. Speaker, the latest and greatest example of this commitment to transforming lives through education and training is the profound changes currently underway at Edith Dalton James High School, the only high school in the constituency. Mr. Speaker, I wish at the outset to commend the Minister of Education, Honorable Favour Williams, the school board, the principal, and her team, as well as the team from the Ministry of Education, for their positive response to my proposal for a shift in focus of the curriculum of this high school to include courses in logistics and supply chain management. Mr. Speaker, what Edith Dalton James High School leadership was able to achieve in 2 short months during their summer break, no less, moving from the articulation of an idea by me to achieve stakeholder consensus, detailed planning, and swift implementation is truly a manifestation of my belief that where persons are inspired and supported, they will perform. Edith Dalton James High School, in 2 short months, has achieved the status of becoming the only government-funded high school in Jamaica to offer courses in logistics and supply chain management, an area of increasing demand for jobs globally and locally, especially in the industrial belt covering a significant part of Western St. Andrew along the Spanish Town Road, where some of Jamaica's most successful businesses operate. So, Mr. Speaker, in addition to mathematics, English, information technology, and customer service, Edith Dalton James High now offers NCT VET and City and Guild certification in driving instructions and supply chain and logistics management. I congratulate the team and look forward to having both the Minister of Education and Youth and the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce joining us in the near future at the commemoration of this important milestone achievement. Mr. Speaker, between the growing population and the expansion of options for education, the physical facility at Edith Dalton James High have not kept pace with the demand for secondary education in Western St. Andrew. I am therefore appealing to the government to give urgent consideration for the necessary resources to be provided to expand the physical capacity of the school to better serve both its current and anticipated increases in the school population. There can be no better investment than in educating and training our people. On a related matter, Mr. Speaker, the surrounding environment of the various schools need greater attention from the government. The sidewalks of many of these schools are non-existent and are in a state of disrepair. Where there is some semblance of a walkway, these are taken over by vendors seeking to earn a living to send their children to school, in many instances to the same school. The children are left with no option but to walk in the road at great risks to their lives. There was a time, Madam Speaker, when school roads were given priority for repairs, but this appears no longer to be the case. Our children, teachers, and residents are therefore left to the mercy of God as they try to make their way between fast-moving vehicles and oftentimes reckless drivers. I ask that the necessary resources be allocated to address this urgent need. Our children deserve no less if they are to cultivate a sense of order and a feeling that the society cares for them. Mr. Speaker, today I wanted to speak about the need for improvements to the information technology in schools, the need for provision of solar technology to provide cheaper electricity to our schools so that fans can be installed to abate the sweltering heat in the classrooms, and the urgent need to upgrade open spaces to play fields and recreational facilities. But time does not allow. I must instead, Mr. Speaker, use the time available to again remind this Honourable House and the people of Jamaica about the grey rhinoceros threatening the lives of persons in Western St. Andrew, as well as persons and properties in the Greater Kingston and St. Andrew area, and an important artery in Jamaica's economic development effort, the Port of Kingston. That grey rhinoceros of which I speak, Mr. Speaker, is the Sandy Gully itself, and the joining of the Fresh River and the Duane River at a point to flow directly into the Hunts Bay and ending in the Kingston Harbour. The situation, Mr. Speaker, is aptly referred to as a grey rhinoceros because, unlike a black swan event, which is a sudden and unforeseeable event of catastrophic proportion, like COVID-19, a grey rhinoceros event is entirely foreseeable and is likely to occur with catastrophic consequences, but nothing is done about it until the charging rhinoceros makes contact with its victims or objects with predictable consequences. The Duane River, Mr. Speaker, which is the only river, the Duane River, which is the only river with its origins in Kingston and St. Andrew, was last dredged in 2007, some 16 years ago, Madam Speaker. And this provided a welcome relief and much hope for the people of New Haven in Duane Park. Mr. Speaker, the situation in New Haven is complex and not simply about persons squatting on near riverbank for several decades. It is also a symbol of social ills that plague our society at this time. It includes rampant criminality, lack of enforcement of our laws, lack of affordable housing, and underinvestment in our physical infrastructure. My representation on behalf of the citizens, Mr. Speaker, of New Haven has been continuous and directed at those in government who can and should allocate the resources to help the people in the community of New Haven. especially those residents of New Haven who purchased their lands from developers who were given permission to subdivide and sell these lands to unsuspected individuals decades before I even became a member of Parliament. These people are now left to have their personal belongings and their homes damaged by water every time it rains in the hills, and they are unprepared for the rush of water while they sleep. Mr. Speaker, the law-abiding people of New Haven should not be left to the mercy of Mother Nature and the lack of urgency on the part of government to fix a wrong that they had little or no part in creating. We cannot afford for another citizen to climb out of our bed into a pool of water, slide and break his or her shoulder like Mrs. Roach in New Haven. We cannot afford for another senior citizen to get pneumonia being escorted out of bed in the rain to seek alternative shelter. And we certainly cannot afford for another child to die before the Duene River is dredged. And the issues at 6 miles, which prevents the free flow of water from the freshwater river, Duene River, the Washington Boulevard drains, all coalescing, coming together at this particular point. Minister Warmington has recently promised to have the National Water Commission and National Works Agency define the scope of the problem with a view to dredging the river. The problem of New Haven, the people of New Haven and I await the commencement of that exercise with great anticipation. Come in. Mr. Speaker, the Duene River, as mentioned, is not the only imminent danger facing the constituency and the country. On several occasions in the recent past, I have outlined to this Honourable House the very dangerous conditions of the Sandy Gully, which is the main gully draining the floodwaters from north to south, draining from the foothills of northeast St. Andrew, through northwest St. Andrew, west central, and western St. Andrew, and emptying into the sea at Hunts Bay. That was the design of the Sandy Gully, Mr. Speaker, except that the flood water does not flow to the sea any longer. It merely trickles into the Hunts Bay due to the tree forest and mountain of debris which blocks the flow of water. No water. You're going to see who the nasty people are. In 2017, you're going to see. In 2017, 2018, we were advised in this House that funds were allocated in the budget to clean the Sandy Gully. To my great surprise, Mr. Speaker, work to clean the Sandy Gully actually commenced, but at the top, at the northwestern end, the northernmost reaches of the gully, and it stopped as it entered western St. Andrew, nearing the Spanish Town Road Bridge. And anybody who was driven on the Spanish Town Bridge and look at the gully, the Sandy Gully, in both directions from there, would be shocked at what is allowed to continue in the Sandy Gully. Mr. Speaker, common sense would have dictated that if the bottom of the gully is not cleared, the water and debris coming from the top will have nowhere to go. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, common sense and professionalism was not on display then. Raw politics, Mr. Speaker, was on display. Raw politics. Mr. Speaker, I described the situation earlier as a grey rhinoceros. not because of its unrecognizability, but rather because of the obvious problems, its enormity, and a view that the cost makes it difficult to be solved. So, Mr. Speaker, despite frequent calls by myself, in fact, I tabled a private member motion on the subject for nearly 2 years. It still sits in the standing order. On the order paper. It's still on the order paper. And lamentation, and despite lamentation by technical persons in the responsible agencies in government, and the recognition of the risk posed to the Sandy Gully, posed by Sandy Gully to the several communities in my constituency, and to the Port of Kingston, nothing has been done to date. For 6 long years, the people of Seaview Gardens, Riverton Meadows, and Waterhouse communities have pleaded and beseeched, and nothing has happened. No response to date. Inaction by the government, Mr. Speaker, has made it more likely that the Grey Rhino event described in this presentation will in fact occur, with catastrophic consequences for lives and properties, as well as the Jamaican economy. Mr. Speaker, recently the Minister of Health and Wellness spoke of the link between climate change and the dengue outbreak. The Sandy Gully is that link, and the consequences of not cleaning the gully is no longer confined to the flooding of homes and destruction of properties of the people in Seaview Gardens and Riverton Meadows. It also is a breeding ground for the dengue-carrying mosquitoes. The financial and health costs of a real dengue outbreak will far outweigh that of cleaning the gully, and when it is over and lives have been lost, we still need to clean the Sandy Gully. The Bible tells us, Mr. Speaker, that there is a time for every season under the sun. A time to represent, a time to urge, a time to plead, and a time for action. We are in that season, Mr. Speaker, the time for the gully to be clean. The people of Western St. Andrew have run out of patience and are in a militant mood because their cries have gone unanswered for much too long. Mr. Speaker, the government must and can do better. This administration can do better. This, Mr. Speaker, is a matter of highest priority for the citizens of Seaview Gardens, Riverton Meadows, Waterhouse, and the country at large. It must therefore be a priority of this administration. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I have focused my presentation on only a few of the challenges and the achievements of Western St. Andrew in this limited time available. For that which we have achieved over these years, I give thanks on behalf of the people of Western St. Andrew, but express the expectation that in another $1 trillion budget to come, space will be found for the priorities identified in this State of the Constituency presentation to this Honourable House. Time come, Mr. Speaker. Time come. I thank you.
Member, can you turn your mic off, please?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that this Honorable House will agree that we've been treated to two excellent presentations today from the member from Western St. Mary and the member from St. Andrew Western. Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension. Mr. Speaker, you will forgive me. You're from St. James and from my parish, my neighbor. So you appreciate that slip a while ago. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the constituency debate until tomorrow, November 1, when the Speaker will be the member for Portland Eastern, Anne-Marie Vaz. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is on the floor that the debate be suspended until tomorrow, November 1. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of the item statement by ministers in order to enable the Minister of Local Government and Community Development, the Honorable Desmond Anthony Augustus McKenzie, CDMP, to make his statement.
Question is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. You may.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues, the country and the world indeed is aware that a little over 28 hours ago, we experienced a significant earthquake. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest earthquake the country would have experienced in over 50 years. The magnitude of the quake was 5.6 on the Richter scale with a maximum intensity of 7. Let me say right away, the government and I believe, and all Jamaicans are thankful to the Almighty that no lives were lost. We are all above ground. Madam Speaker, the country is blessed despite, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. The country is blessed despite the challenges that we face. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I convened a meeting with the Working Committee of the National Disaster Council to be updated by the various stakeholders on the recent event. The earthquake unit reported, Mr. Speaker, that since the quake landed in Jamaica, some 70 aftershocks. 70, Mr. Speaker. The last one was felt at 7:30 last night. I am very heartened to report, based on the reports from all public and private sector partners, that much damage to buildings and other infrastructure is superficial rather than structural. I also want to assure all our citizens and visitors to the island that Jamaica remains open for business, and I encourage everyone to continue with the activities that will cause this blessed country to be the place of choice and to pursue their dreams. Even as the post-earthquake assessment continue, I want to place on record high commendations of the government to the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, Mr. Speaker, the Jamaica Fire Brigade, the JDF, and the Jamaica Constabulary Force, as well as the municipal corporations, as well as other entities that form the National Emergency Center and Disaster Risk Management Council. The rapid response mechanism developed for dealing with disaster were in operation within 30 minutes of the incident, Mr. Speaker. This rivals the best international practice for immediate disaster assessment and emergency response. And I say this against the backdrop that this event has served as an important test of our response capabilities. And it was proven, Mr. Speaker, that the system works and that the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management is on top of its game, despite what others would like the public to believe. Mr. Speaker, the state of the national infrastructure, particularly in context of the country's strategic entities, the assessment so far is limited. Minor damage to the National Water Commission. Customers are still being provided with potable water. The Jamaica Public Service Company, the minister spoke yesterday at the press briefing, is back in full force. The services that are provided by the two major telecom companies had some struggles. They are fully back. We have seen activities being returned to our hospitals and health centers, and the services are still being provided both for inpatient and outpatient services. In the education sector, Mr. Speaker, the schools are operating, but some are experiencing assessment at this time. I'd like to make the point, Mr. Speaker, that the government will not be in a position today to give a full assessment of the state of the country, because as I speak, the various teams are out there doing inspections. But I need to update the country, Mr. Speaker, and to assure the country of the work of the government in ensuring that we respond in a timely way. I want to say something else, Mr. Speaker, that is of importance. Questions were asked that no warning was given ahead of the earthquake. Mr. Speaker, while we have warning systems that speaks to hurricane, flooding, and even tsunami, Jamaica, Mr. Speaker and members of this Honorable House, Jamaica is one of the countries that falls within that zone that sits on the fault line. So we don't need early warning systems for earthquake. The country must understand that we are. Well, the question was asked. The question was asked. You don't believe that? One of the leading media houses posed that question. And I need to say to the country, I want to urge our citizens to rely on the information coming out of the established arm of government, which is the Office of Preparedness and Disaster Response, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, I am so sorry. Mr. Speaker, I am so sorry. The question has emerged from yesterday's experience is that of the quality of our built environment. I want to appeal to everyone involved in any form of construction to use the proper application channel provided through the local authorities. The Building Act governs this process, which is technically comprehensive and involves a wide range of public and private enterprise and professionals. The government is also committed in increasing the number of building officers across the respective municipalities to assist in the process of the post-development and approval inspection. I want to urge our citizens to remember the realities of our geographical location. Jamaica is vulnerable to climatic events, hurricanes, and earthquakes. We have to live in a way that recognizes this. Even as we go through our daily lives. This is why the Jamaica Fire Brigade will be increasing its disaster training drills in schools, communities, and community spaces. However, I must, Mr. Speaker, again use this House to condemn those yesterday who continue to make prank calls to the Jamaica Fire Brigade. This is a new law, Mr. Speaker. The brigade had to respond to at least 6 calls, and when they turn up, nothing was happening, Mr. Speaker. We must condemn those actions, Mr. Speaker. Condemn it. The legislative review is on its way to deal specifically with the question of crank calls. An interministerial body headed by the Ministry of Science is well advanced in putting in place the necessary mechanisms to deal with this issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we must support the work of our first responders at all times. We must never allow them to feel as if they are not worthy. And sometimes we say some things, Mr. Speaker, that put the entity in question. You know, when I read in the papers or hear my counterpart on the other side speaking about the failure of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management to respond in a meaningful way, saying that the country was not updated until after 5, which is not true. Less than 40 minutes after the event, the chairman of the National Disaster Committee, the most honorable Prime Minister, gave an update to the country based on information that was provided. And at the time, Mr. Speaker, the systems were under pressure. So it took us time to gather vital information. And the information that was provided to the country was accurate, Mr. Speaker. And the country, at 5 o'clock yesterday, was given a detail and an opportunity to hear. The media was there to ask questions. But you know, when we talk about the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, we need to look at its operation. You know, I find it strange. Because under this administration, Mr. Speaker, this administration, have provided more funding to the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, more than any government. More than any government, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when they speak about not being able, when they say not that the entity has not been able to respond in a meaningful way, let me just give you a few of the improvements that the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management has gotten under this administration to improve its capacity to respond to disaster. An early warning system, flood alert system in Old Harbour. Old Harbour has been certified as tsunami ready. Port Maria certification is almost completed. We have put in an early warning system in the town of Port Maria. That was done by the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, the same organization. Early warning system have been placed in the rear Cobra. Remember, in the rear Cobra, community-based floodgate. In the south and north gully,
Member, you have gone beyond the time, so House Leader.
Madam, Mr. Speaker, the members' time having exceeded. And because the matter is of such important national significance, I beg to move that the member's time be extended sufficiently to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the floor for the extension of time for the ministered member to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important, Mr. Speaker, that the country understands that this administration has provided the necessary resources to our national disaster organization. There's no question. And one of the things that the country needs to know, that a joint agreement between the government of Jamaica and the Japanese, known as the JICA project, will see already the installation of 15 siren sites to be installed in 2 parishes under the JICA project, St. Mary and St. Catherine. This will give the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, the country, to listen to the positive news coming from the government as it relates to the events that took place yesterday. Persons are using the opportunity to be critical. And I can't stop people from being critical if they want. But be critical on the facts. Do not say what is not so. The government responded in adequate time, Madam Speaker and Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure the country of the commitment of the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness to be transparent and to allow the country at all times to know the facts when it comes on to national events. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just one more?
Marshall? Mr. Speaker, I also want to commence with my thanks to Almighty God for having spared us what could have been a real disaster, massive disaster yesterday. I want to thank him that despite the scare and the understandable panic, that we are here today to talk about it. And that in fact, there have been no reports of any serious injuries or loss of life. So I give thanks. Well, Mr. Speaker, God help those who help themselves. And while we give him thanks, we have to prepare ourselves and help ourselves as he helps us. And I agree with Minister that we are prone to natural disasters of hurricanes and earthquakes. Based on our geographical location, we are on a fault. And so these things will happen. We're therefore seeking to place on record, and I would want to place on record today, my appreciation and celebration of our schools, the principals and the teachers and administrators who acted quickly. And while some people don't believe in the act of drills and preparation, it is very evident that after tomorrow, more people will take them seriously. They marshaled those students through what I know must have been a terrifying time for all of them, especially the young ones who were not fully cognizant of what was happening and how fearful that must have been. I too want to thank our first responders who, despite lack of resources in many occasions, and despite proper coordination, did what they had to do in the interest of Jamaica. So I want to thank them. I note, however, Mr. Speaker, with some confusion, that while media handles and social media pages were displaying dislodged boulders and some buildings with what appeared to have been serious damage, that the PM's press conference outside of OPM declared that there was only minor damage. How did we get to that assessment? Was a helicopter from the JDF flown over in that period of time to do a proper assessment of where we were to be able to determine what damages were there at that time? I'm not yielding. Not yielding. I'm asking a question. You'll be given an opportunity. No, I don't need the clarity from you. I'm asking questions, and as I respond as questions to the minister, he will respond.
Member, there's a point of order on the floor. Turn your mic off, please. No, it's not.
Press the button again. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear that the contrary to what could be assumed by the public based on the statement by the opposition member, the Prime Minister never said that there was only minimal damage. He said, based on the reports he has received so far, at the time that we were having the press conference, that there was minimal damage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't believe I will yield because I'm asking questions, and I believe the minister will answer appropriately. So I will not be yielding to another no point of order. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not the Ministry of Education, I'm sure, at that point, would not have gotten a chance to do an assessment of our schools across the island. Yet, the PM statement would have been misleading for us, because at that point in time, I am asking questions, and you're going to allow to answer. Did the Minister of Health get an opportunity to assess damages at our local hospitals and health centers and clinics at that time to have been able to declare that there were minor damages? For our traffic management systems, especially those in Kingston, I'm asking that nightmare which took place for hours. I know we can't prevent a earthquake, it's not man-made, but we have a responsibility to put the plans in place to mitigate against the kind of gridlock that took place in Kingston. Traffic lights were out, and that's expected. Where is the response of the police on bikes to get through to get through the traffic. It's a teaching opportunity for us and not an opportunity to have a quarrel about who did what and who did not do what. It's an opportunity for us to get it right in the event we get a larger hurricane. Okay. Is there an emergency coordinated response with the JUTC to get our children out quickly and not having every parent needing to leave from across town to come and pick up their children? Did the JUTC request support from the police and bike patrols to have been able to navigate through the towns of Kingston and Portmore and some sections of Spanish Town? Was a detachment of police sent to the major intersections to direct traffic? We didn't see them. And what is the plan to have that in place and for them to know precisely what to do the moment a hurricane, an earthquake hits? Is the police force sufficiently resourced with motorcycles to handle what is needed at this time? I'm asking the question, Minister, for all of us, so that we can make sure that we are prepared the next time around. Because, Mr. Speaker, even the emergency vehicles were in the gridlock yesterday and could not get to where they needed to go. So it's important that we have the plan in place and that it is executed the moment the disaster strikes. Is there a protocol in place that would have
Mr. Speaker, the provision we know, and I think the member respects the fact that we did have some latitude earlier, and that latitude expressed in this way will be scrupulously respected. Against that background, I beg to move that the member's time be increased to allow her to complete her brief presentation.
We did extend the privilege to her earlier, where she had given 4 minutes extra, just the same, but she had gone a full 9 minutes now, so that's why I did stop there. But the question is on the floor. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the latitude, given the national importance of this matter. Were the soldiers from the Corps of the Engineers sent out to assess school buildings before we went back to school today? Very important. Very important. Our hospitals as well. What of the ODPM? What is their role at this time? I'm a little confused because I'm coming from a day and a time in this same house where we had persons like Dr. Barbara Carby and Mr. Ronald Jackson, who we saw as the faces of the technical team of expertise that gave guidance to the country, that gave us regular updates at regular intervals. So you did not just hear about what was happening before, but you heard what was happening during, and you heard what was to come. What about those who are to provide us with regular updates on evacuation routes, aftershock preparation, mitigating against any tsunami possibilities, and other consequences of the earthquake? Have any systems put in place to determine those routes and keep those routes for our emergency vehicles sterile? Should we have a system in place with our telecommunications providers where all cell phones get a simple, clear bulletin from the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management an initial preliminary report followed by orally updates on your phone, like how we get everything else, to instruct us on where to go. Their website doesn't have anything. The website is done and has been done for some time. Where is the update for our people so that we can be an informed population, ready and equipped to help ourselves and to help our families? Mr. Speaker, today we ask these questions because the ODPM seem now to be reduced to a political response and not a technical response from the team of persons who have been engaged to do so on behalf of the country. They must now be placed at the back seat to the public relations of the political directorate. So, today, we're asking these questions. Let us do the right things on behalf of the people of Jamaica. Let us respond and give every single one of our citizens the best opportunity, the best chance to survive. This is the worst we have seen in 30 years. And with climate change, who knows what is to come? Our argument is not to score political points, but to ensure that our people get the best opportunity to survive should another disaster of this kind take place. The concept of disaster mitigation and emergency response is not about just reacting when something happens, but rather to have protocols about which the public is educated ahead and during and after these exercises. Right? Sadly, yesterday revealed that Jamaica is insufficiently prepared to respond to such moments, and this Parliament, on both sides of the House, we have a responsibility to take heed and to insist upon appropriate protocols about which the public is educated and to get those in place sooner rather than later. No one on this side said you could have warned of an earthquake, unlike a hurricane. Can't warn of an earthquake. You can't warn of an earthquake, but we must be prepared because we are on a fault. And during the process, we must update, inform, and guide our people so that we can make them survive. So we can survive. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, there is a member on the floor who wishes to raise a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is in relation to the early warning system. Minister, is it that you are conceding that we do not have an early warning system? And that are you saying we do not have any need for one? I would say that the fact that we are on the fault line would be a strong, cogent reason for us to invest in an early warning system. Minister, further, the issue of tsunami warning. You said earlier that Old Harbour was tsunami ready. You said earlier that Old Harbour was tsunami ready. Is there a tsunami warning system in place in that area? You said a flood warning system. I don't want you to confuse a flood warning system with a tsunami warning system. They are two different things. A tsunami flood warning is when you have gradual rainfall and flooding. Tsunami is an event where you might need to evacuate based on what is happening out there. So, Minister, those are my questions in respect of the tsunami warning system. And despite the chatter, it's still important to have an early warning system in place. Because what I noted was that there were several aftershocks yesterday. And there was very little information coming out of the ministry or ADPEM to advise the public as to what to expect and what to do in respect of the... Okay.
Point of order, point of order. Not only did we have a press briefing, and I won't attempt to speak for my colleague, because he's capable of doing it himself, but from the Ministry of Health and Wellness perspective, we released a comprehensive statement on what to expect in terms of the clinical symptoms, the depression, the anxiety, the fear, what the hospitals would do, what persons should do. No, well, that's what I'm talking about. It was a comprehensive response to the issue. Don't give the impression that nothing was done, because that's not true.
Mr. Speaker, I was not referring to the Ministry of Health advising the public about the health complications which may arise. I am speaking about the fact that there were about 24 aftershocks, and there wasn't sufficient information coming out of ADPEM and the ministry in terms of to advise the public how they should respond to those aftershocks. Simple ABC. We should not assume that people know what to do. So, Minister, those are my questions.
I have to respond to the issue raised by the member from Southwest. Old Harbour in St. Catherine is the only tsunami certified area in the country. With a proper tsunami system in place. Port Maria is slated for one, and the certification of Port Maria is in progress. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, if the question is asked and members are doubting the response, and you know, Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time, please, it's not the first time I have spoken in this house about the tsunami. No, there's a difference between the flood warning system, like one that we put in your constituency, at the alley bridge, right? Yeah. No. There is a tsunami warning system which has been certified, internationally certified. Okay? The other issue, Mr. Speaker, members spoke about early warning for earthquake. If there is one that is for sale, buy it and bring it. We purchase it from you. Right? Because to Mr. Speaker, the experts will tell you that there is no technology that can advise you of an early warning system. And I don't want you to tell me about a phone with a app, because...
There is a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is, in fact, early warning systems. California has one, which earthquake early warning system. In many countries, California has one which gives the citizens at least a 10-second warning. Hold on. 10-second warning before the earthquake comes. No.
For the
PM.
Thank you, member. The science has not yet evolved to be able to predict the exact location of the next earthquake event. Hold on. And to give you a warning before it happens. The systems that exist at the point of a tremor, it relays to a station, so the tremor has to happen first. It can't give you a prediction that a tremor is going to happen. The tremor happens, and then it relays to a station, which can give you some crucial seconds of warning. But it does not, just to be clear, we don't want to mislead the public that there is some system that gives us warning before. No, be clear. Mr. Speaker. When the tremor happens, if you are in proximity to the tremor, you may not get a warning. So, Mr. Speaker, I keep saying, you can understand why. But, Mr. Speaker, yes, there are technologies that can give critical warning, but, Madam Speaker, but there is no technology that is yet developed and marketed that predicts, right? Not like that, or gives you warning before the tremor occurs.
Member, you raise on a point of order, and you did rise on a point of. Are you going to allow me? Please, you rise on a point of order. I'm going to ask you to get to the point of order so we can continue. Please.
I was getting there, Mr. Speaker, except the Prime Minister asked me to yield. And I said that 5 to 10 seconds is critical. No, it is. Because what...
Member, turn the mic on.
Thank you. And I'll be brief, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that 5 to 10 seconds is critical because a blast can help people to understand that something is happening. You get under some shelter. So it's not a predicting of the system. It is an early warning system.
Sorry, two.
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, in support of what the Honorable Prime Minister said, I have the mic. No, I didn't say I have a mic. I said I have the mic.
You still don't have the time, madam, because a mic was on before you. Again, the usage of the mic system will give rise to the first mic that is turned on. If your mic was on and you turn it off, it means that it moves to the next one. All I was simply saying to you, just give me some time to get the other one off so that you could speak. Go ahead now.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rose in the first place because I had an indication on my mic that I wanted to speak. Minister Tufton rose, and I was asked to turn off my mic, which was why I rose. But I'll tell you the context in which I do it. I am one of those, and I make no apologies for that. I am very skeptical about how this mic is being used in the Parliament. And therefore, when I heard you ask me to turn off my mic to allow the minister, I rose to say the speakers before you insisted that first mic on, first person to speak. I know that you have been asking in this scenario that persons who are standing should to turn off their mic to speak to others when it's not a point of order, and I wanted to call your attention to that.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, so as not to get distracted, let me just say for the record, because I've done some reading on the matter, an early warning system, just to be clear, cannot predict that an earthquake will occur. Can you listen? I think this is important, you know, because there are others looking on and listening, and so you are prepared then you're prepared to retract what you have said. Okay. Well, that's very important, because the impression is being created that somehow we should have that system. Well, just to be
nobody mic is on. Members, this is a matter of national importance. And so whatever information that we are going to give must give to John public at best so that they can learn and have experience from the situation. Therefore, if we continue to have the crosstalk member guy, if we continue to have the crosstalk, then we won't learn from anyone. Minister Tufton, you have the floor. Minister Tufton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to be clear, I just wanted to reiterate what was said, that the early warning system does not predict. What it does, it picks up movement very early, and then based on the movement. So the earthquake would have already started. And I think that's very important to clarify.
Member Brownberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask one question. I think it was raised earlier. I think we have to recognize that we are still in a kind of low trust environment, and that there's a reason why we ask the technical experts sometimes to lead on the technical aspects of the issues and not the ministers to lead on it, because sometimes the issues do get politicized when we don't see the face of the experts leading on the technical aspects of what is facing us.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was a scary day for most, if not all, Jamaicans in what we experienced. And as was said earlier on, we are quite fortunate that so far there are no reported fatalities or serious injuries. And we must be grateful for that. And as been said before, which I want to underscore, coming out of that experience, what happened and how it was dealt with going forward. I was not pleased. I have grown accustomed, you know, Mr. Former Prime Minister Edward Seaga once said, institution building is the way that we can build a society over generation. I'm prefacing my question and giving context. ADPEM was created as that institution to lead as it relates to disaster of any kind. It's a state institution, not a government or opposition institution, a state institution that is staffed with the competencies that are necessary to inform the public on occasions of disaster, to explain what has happened, to explain what to expect, and to explain how the public ought to respond in those occasions of disaster.
Member. Member. Statement by ministers. Statement by ministers. Subsection 2. A response to a statement by a minister shall not exceed 5 minutes in duration and shall be made by the relevant opposition spokesperson or a member nominated by the opposition to speak in that instance. In the absence of the relevant opposition spokesperson, any member may pose question on a statement by a minister in accordance with Standing Order 17.2. Member, please get to your question.
Mr. Speaker, I heard you and everyone hear you. My question is, will we return to that situation, that arrangement, where our state entity responsible for disaster, in this case, ADPEM, become the lead advisor to the public in occasions of disaster? It never happened on this occasion, and it has never happened in recent times. All I'm saying, and I don't want this to be contentious, because I believe all of us can benefit from it, right? ADPEM, devoid of government, devoid of opposition, ought to play that central role in advising the public. Government can give support, but they must be the lead authority. And I'm simply asking the minister, will we have some return to the prominence of institutions like ADPEM on occasions of disaster? If I have not seen it, and the public similarly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members for their contribution to the statement. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, in response to a number of points raised, the member from St. Catherine, the opposition spokesperson on local government, spoke that the site, the website of ADPEM is down. Well, you said it was down. I would invite you. I would invite you again to check. The issue, but the website is not down. The website is active. Well, I don't know of that. You need to go back and check. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, that was raised about the entities not providing the technical information to the public, directly to the public. Last night, after all the information, the limited information was gathered at the press conference, please, head of 3 major entities in the country were present. Mr. Richard Thompson, the Acting Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, who made a presentation, giving details to the nation as to what took place. The Commissioner of the Jamaica Fire Brigade also gave a detailed presentation. The head of the National Works Agency also gave a detailed presentation to the country. I am not understanding how this argument, Mr. Speaker, can be supported about these organizations being sidelined. And I would like to ask the members on that side to read the Disaster Risk Act that outline the functions as it relates to that of the portfolio minister. The Office of Disaster Preparedness have been, please, allow me. The Office of Disaster Preparedness have been speaking to the country. They have been on TV and radio outlining what is taking place. I do not, Mr. Speaker, and I will say this without fear, is that this government, as the minister with responsibility, I have to be briefed on a national event of this nature. It is the first in over 50 years the country has experienced any disaster of this nature. Are you saying that there should be no coordination in how information is relayed to the public? Are you questioning the chairman of the National Disaster Council's responsibility to speak to the country on a major issue? The technocrats have been speaking, and the technocrats will continue to speak. The technocrats will continue to speak. But I will say, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, in closing, that the performance of the various entities, the agencies, at the meeting this morning, and I will say that some of the issues raised about the traffic congestion was a major part of the discussions this morning. And I am going to invite you as my opposition counterpart at the next working meeting of the committee for you to come, as I did previously when I invited you, I am going to extend an invitation to you, and I will have the earthquake unit and the technocrats sit and give you the information that was shared. No, I'm inviting you. That was shared at the meeting this morning. But I want to give the country the assurance that this government is on top of the issue, and we will not be derailed in any way by any comments which seems to question the competence of the administration as it relates to the running of a national emergency unit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader.
Okay. Colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of the following items. Notices of motions given orally, and we then move into public business thereafter, and we will flow with the report. Again, a recommittal for notices of motions given orally and for the supplementary estimates to be tabled, and for the Standing Finance Committee to meet, and for the House to resume its sitting so as to have the debate on the supplementary estimates. So, may it please you, Mr. Speaker, for the recommittals as I requested.
The request is on the floor for the recommittal. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Announcement.
Mr. Speaker, notice of motion given orally. What you announcing? Sorry.
Also laid on the table of the House today are copies of the General Consumption Tax Amendment of Schedules Number 2, Order 2023, under the General Consumption Tax Act.
Notice of motion.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, he will move the following motion. Whereas Section 16(1) of the Water Resources Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Water Resource Authority shall prepare and submit to the Minister for approval a draft National Water Resource Master Plan for Jamaica. And whereas, pursuant to Section 16(1) of the Act, the Authority prepared and, on the 30th day of September 2022, submitted to the Minister for approval a draft National Water Resources Master Plan for Jamaica. And whereas Section 16(2) of the Act provides that the Minister shall not approve the draft or any revision thereof unless the Water Resource Advisory Committee has advised the Minister in respect thereof. But if the Advisory Committee does not give its advice within 90 days of the date of the request therefor, or within such longer period as the Minister may in any case allow, the Minister may act without such advice. And whereas, pursuant to Section 16(2) of the Act, the Advisory Committee prepared and, on the 5th day of July 2023, submitted to the Minister its advice on the draft National Water Resource Master Plan for Jamaica. And whereas Section 16(6)(a) of the Act provides that if the Minister is satisfied with the draft master plan, the Minister shall, subject to affirmative resolution, be by notice published in the Gazette, declare it to be the approved master plan, and shall specify in such notice the date on which the master plan shall take effect. And whereas Section 16(6)(b) of the Act provides that if the Minister is satisfied with the draft master plan, the Minister shall cause the approved plan to be published in the Gazette. And whereas on the 30th day of October 2023, the Minister by notice declared the draft National Water Resource Master Plan to be the approved master plan. And whereas it is desirable that the Water Resource approved National Water Resources Master Plan, Notice 2023, be affirmed by resolution. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honorable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Water Resource Approved National Water Resources Master Plan Notice 2023 Resolution. And 2. The Water Resource Approved National Water Resources Master Plan Notice 2023, which was laid on the table of the House on the 31st day of October 2023, is hereby affirmed. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, the Most Honorable Prime Minister will move for the suspension of the standing orders to allow him to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas by virtue of Section 60, subsection 1 of the General Consumption Tax Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules to the Act, and whereas the schedules to the Act specify the general consumption tax and the special consumption tax imposed on the supply in Jamaica or the importation into Jamaica of goods and services, and whereas on the 31st day of October 2023, the Minister made the General Consumption Tax Amendment of Schedules Number 2, Order 2023, and whereas it is provided by Section 60, subsection 2 of the Act, that an order amending the schedules to this Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, and whereas it is desirable that the General Consumption Tax Amendment of Schedules Number 2, Order 2023 be affirmed by resolution, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as a General Consumption Tax Amendment of Schedules Number 2, Order 23 Resolution. 2. The General Consumption Tax Amendment of Schedules Number 2 Order, which was laid on the table of the House on the 31st day of October 2023, is hereby affirmed.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. You may. Turn the mic on, Minister. PM.
It is a substantial document, so it's probably. But, Mr. Speaker, these documents are normally circulated in a physical copy. So the members can be assured that they will have a physical copy of it. Madam Speaker, I rise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to provide an update to this Honourable House on some matters related to the issue of water. In the last 12 months, Jamaica has suffered the effects of significant reductions in its average rainfall. This is a result of both our changing climate and the El Niño rainfall, the El Niño phenomenon, rather. Members of this House should recall my statement on the drought, which I made in February of this year, and the outline response of the government. However, I think it important, Mr. Speaker, to remind members of how severe our drought really was prior to the rains we thankfully received in this month, October 2023. In October 2022 to March 2023, Jamaica received cumulatively the lowest rainfall ever for this period since records have been kept. In February 2023, Kingston and St. Andrew received only 8% of its 30-year average rainfall, and that's significant, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 12 months, October 2022 to September 2023, every month except June has seen less rainfall than the previous year and less than the 30-year average. To make matters worse, in July and in August, both months broke temperature records, recording the highest average temperatures ever recorded in our island. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the public be aware of the strategic work being done by the government to address the issue of water availability and supply in a comprehensive manner. We are approaching this critical issue in a cohesive manner, bringing all ministries, departments, and agencies together through the Integrated Water Resource Management Council. Mr. Speaker, even as we speak on the work being done on the water portfolio, we have to note the challenges we face in ensuring sustainable water being available to Jamaicans. Mr. Speaker, we face the challenge of a perennial drought made worse by climate change. Mr. Speaker, we have aging infrastructure. I hate to digress from my script, Mr. Speaker, but I think the public needs to appreciate that most of our major water infrastructure would be more than 40 years old. Most would be more than 40. It could be 50. Mr. Speaker, the Hermitage Dam is more than 80 years old. The Mona Reservoir, built in the 1940s. Mr. Speaker, when we were changing out the pipeline along Constant Spring Road, that pipeline was about 60 years old. And when we changed out the pipeline along Spanish Town Road, again, 60 years old or more. So our infrastructure is really a challenge. But, Mr. Speaker, the other challenge we face is the capacity of the old infrastructure we have. We just cannot carry the volumes of water that is required by all the residential, commercial, agricultural, and industrial development that has taken place since these infrastructure were installed. So we do have significant challenges with ensuring that Jamaicans have not just access, but quality and reliable access to water. Madam Speaker, today, Mr. Speaker, we are taking, and you will appreciate why I revert to that. Mr. Speaker, today we are taking two major steps in the pursuit of our articulated water goals, with the tabling of the National Water Resource Master Plan for Jamaica and the Rainwater Harvesting Guidelines. These two documents, the Master Plan and the Rainwater Harvesting Guidelines. Mr. Speaker, the National Water Resources Master Plan for Jamaica is an assessment of Jamaica's water resources and demand based on the period 2016 to 2019 as mandated by Section 16 of the Water Resources Act 1995. It is an update of both the completed 1990 and draft 2005 plans and takes into account the various changes in available data and monitoring techniques, demography, economic activity, and impacts of climate change. Various changes in the water resources and the environment, which have occurred since these previous plans, include changes in the legislative and institutional framework of the water sector, improved estimates of water resources with additional years of hydrological data, and advances in technology that allow for better analyses. Impacts of climate change on projected water demand and availability, and changes in demographic growth, distribution, industrial and agricultural land usages, and the subsequent changes in water demand for all sectors. As mandated by Section 16 of the Water Resources Act 1995, the National Water Resources Master Plan will provide objectives for developing Jamaica's water resources, an inventory of Jamaica's available water quantity, quality, usage, and activities impacted by water usage, as well as guidance on water quality objectives. Additionally, it will allow the government of Jamaica to evaluate methods to meet water quality and quantity objectives. Madam Speaker, the plan will also enable the efficient planning and allocation of resources within the water sector as it provides information related to the following. 1, the physical setting of Jamaica. 2, resources assessment. 3, demand assessment. 4, water resources monitoring. And I'll take each of them, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the physical setting of Jamaica, this includes the hydrostratigraphy of Jamaica. And this is the... I'm about to explain it. Yes, when I saw it, I had difficulty too. This is a classification of Jamaica's geological formations based on their assessment for groundwater production potential, as well as hydrologic basins and watershed management units. And I hope that gave a sufficient explanation. So we're looking at the various geological formations, how they allow water to permeate, how they store water, and the capacity of storage that they have, the accessibility based upon the hydrological formations. So we're doing this, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate water resources management, watershed management, Mr. Speaker, we group our watersheds into 10 hydrological basins that are further subdivided into 26 water management units. Future updates of the master plan will include the reassessment of the basins and the water management boundaries to reflect updated topographical and hydrological information. So, Mr. Speaker, this is effectively an audit of our water assets, our physical water assets, our natural water assets, to make new determinations as to how they should be grouped and how they should be managed. In terms of resource assessment, Mr. Speaker, this refers to information such as exploitable water resources and water balance summary. The former provides an estimate of the distribution of the estimated total average precipitation, while the latter refers to the amount of water that is available for use island-wide without negatively impacting water resources or the environment. This is what we would call the safe yield of water that we have. That is the amount of water that is required for all sectors island-wide, the total demand, and the amount of water that has been allocated for consumption based on the total number of valid abstraction license. So in going through this exercise, Mr. Speaker, the government is literally doing a stock taking. How much rain we expect to fall through precipitation that would replenish our natural storage of water, how much water we are actually using for potable and non-potable purposes, and what would be our projected demand for usage in the future. So this is a very important part of the national plan to ensure our water security. We look at demand assessment. This provides information on the current water demand per water management unit. They look at sector demand, and we have been, Mr. Speaker, making projections on water demand as far as up to 2080. So this is a very useful tool, this master plan for the future development of Jamaica based upon our water resources. And then we do water resources monitoring, and this relates to the WRA's current stream flow monitoring network and groundwater level observation network. And the data from these networks provide the foundation for continued water resources monitoring and assessment on the national level. The plan outlines total consumptive allocation per water management unit, current and projected water available for consumptive allocation, and national water balance. Additionally, it provides recommendations and suggestions for policy action towards ensuring the implementation of an effective integrated water resource management approach, both in evaluating existing integrated water resources management initiatives and proposing additional initiatives. For example, the plans to establish water resource management councils. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to water harvesting guidelines, which are also tabled with this document. Mr. Speaker, improved water storage, usage, efficiency, and conservation are imperatives to reduce demands on existing resources and infrastructure, reduce cost, and reduce vulnerability to drought and the adverse effects of climate change. While there are some limited conditions and requirements associated with the subdivision and building approvals process for domestic water security, there are no specific requirements in law for the catchment of rainwater in Jamaica. Some municipalities are already recommending rainwater harvesting. However, we are now making national recommendations for all new residential, commercial, institutional, including schools, industrial and office buildings to be constructed with rainwater harvesting capabilities to augment potable and non-potable water supply. Madam Speaker, as Jamaica is increasingly experiencing the effects of climate change, which is threatening the availability of potable water from single spring or river resources to meet existing and future demands, rainwater harvesting is a cost-effective solution to water shortages and water resiliency. It is to be noted that Section 61A of the Building Act of 2018 states that the minister may, in relation to buildings or building work, or any category of buildings or building work, make regulations for water harvesting, including requiring provisions to be made for the storage of rainwater runoff. The Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development is in the process of finalizing regulations under the Building Act of 2018, which will include provisions for rainwater harvesting. The guidelines, Mr. Speaker, that we are tabling today will provide the basis on which those regulations are made. It gives guidance for the regulations, and it will provide for the nationalization of rainwater harvesting. Madam Speaker, the government has implemented already a number of rainwater harvesting projects through various ministries and agencies, such as the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, the Ministry of Education and Youth, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, Rural Water Supply Limited, and the Rural Agricultural and Development Authority. And some of these programs have been very successful. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I have visited several schools in which these rainwater harvesting projects have been implemented. The very creative projects, Mr. Speaker, several members of Parliament here would be able to identify some of them, where they have converted the void underneath stairwells into storage for rainwater harvesting. So many rural schools who are not connected to the utility would be able to have some water capacity to help with their sanitation needs, and indeed may even oftentimes be used for potable water in their kitchen or for drinking. Mr. Speaker, colleagues will recall that in my budget presentation, I had indicated that the government will distribute 50,000 water tanks across Jamaica to ensure that there is water resilience at the household level. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to announce that the pilot of the Rural Water Household Resilience Program is ready to commence. The government is partnering with the IDB to distribute and install 3,400-gallon tanks with supporting infrastructure for rainwater harvesting in the constituencies which were hardest hit by the drought in the first 6 months of the year. This pilot for the project has benefited from an IDB grant of 60 million Jamaican dollars to purchase the tanks. The Ministry of Economic Growth, and Job Creation, through the Rural Water Agency, will provide funding for 250 million Jamaican dollars to facilitate the coordination of the project and the deployment of water harvesting and tanks. The method of selection used the data from the Met Services and was also scrutinized by the IDB in approving the use of grant funding for the purpose of purchasing the tanks. So, Mr. Speaker, we didn't just pull constituencies out of a hat. The selection of the constituencies were data-driven, and we had an independent partner who also scrutinized the data. The constituencies which will participate in the pilot program are predominantly in the eastern part of the country. Well, the data. it's the drought. It's the drought. It's the drought. I knew I had to say this up front because the question would come. So the constituencies which will participate in the pilot program are predominantly in the eastern part of the country, and they include East and West St. Thomas, East and West Portland, East and West Rural St. Andrew, Southeast St. Mary, Central, remember it's not here, Central St. Mary, Western St. Mary. Then there is the southern belt of St. Anne, which would include southeast and southwest St. Anne, and then the hilly northern belt of Clarendon, including northern Clarendon, north central Clarendon, and northwestern Clarendon. So those are the constituencies. Remember now, this is the pilot. This is the pilot. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that these tanks will be distributed in areas which are outside of the utility footprint of the NWC or in areas where infrastructure is significantly degraded and unable to provide predictable water supply. Members of Parliament in these constituencies would have submitted 230 names each for recipients of these tanks. Mr. Speaker, the teams at Rural Water and the Social Review Committee will commence the rollout of these household rainwater harvesting systems and tanks next week. The same oversight process as the social housing program will be used in assessing the recommendations. Each location that a tank is installed will be mapped and geotagged to ensure accountability, but also to ensure we start the process of properly assessing our true national storage capacity for water. But let me say a little bit more about the geotagging. It is going to be inevitable that we would have to supply if there is a really critical and prolonged drought, that we may have to truck water. Once we have geotagged, then it is easy to create a dispatch system and a monitoring system for the trucks, because we can tell them where the tanks are and we can know when they go and refill. And we can have a kind of dashboard giving a dispersion where we know where the storage capacity is across the country. So it's not just a matter of keeping a track of the tanks, but it will help us in having a much better system of dispatch for water when we have these prolonged drought and we have to actually truck and distribute water. Another important element of the project is the training component. Each member of Parliament has further identified 10 young persons who will be trained to do these installations by the Heart Trust NSTA and will receive a stipend for their work during the project. This is a very important part of the project, Mr. Speaker, because as we move to, I hate to use the term, make rainwater harvesting compulsory, but as we move to nationalize rainwater harvesting, nationalize it. Everybody participates in it for the national benefit. Yes, it's all right. We could use a better word, to socialize it, to make sure that everyone participates in it and benefits from it. So as we move to have the kind of mainstreaming and national implementation of rainwater harvesting, Mr. Speaker, the idea is that it has to be supported by an economy. The government can do so much in starting it off by providing the tanks and providing the guttering and the training and knowledge to do it. But after that, it is now up to the citizens to, in their daily activities, especially those households who can afford it, to go out now and purchase their tanks, but to also have persons who are trained in this area who can provide the service. And so what we are doing is stimulating an economy that will support rainwater harvesting. Mr. Speaker, we are expecting that this pilot will be completed by the end of December. And once it is complete, we will move to expand the program nationally to include all rural constituencies. And indeed, I know that urban MPs are looking on with great jealousy. So we will have to, Mr. Speaker, we will have to find a way to include the urban constituencies as well. But our strategy as a government, Mr. Speaker, is that, and Jamaica can judge how we have implemented projects. We have taken on monumental projects, huge projects. To be fair, we have stretched the capacity of the administration to deliver huge projects, without question. Transformational projects. And my view, Mr. Speaker, is that as the country grows, so too should its capacity and its pride in its own capacity to take on huge national transformational projects without making errors and without failures in delivery. One strategy we have employed in doing this is that we have, before we go into the large-scale implementation, we do pilots and we test first. We get feedback, and that feedback loop helps us in the design of the larger projects. And once we are satisfied with the feedback loop, then we scale up. That's the strategy we have taken, for example, with the NIDS. That's the strategy we have taken with the new social housing program. And it is a strategy we are taking now with the water tank program. And I'm certain, Mr. Speaker, that this pilot, though it will be a few weeks, we will learn from it. And so the mainstreaming of the national project will go seamlessly and efficiently. Mr. Speaker, this investment is one of many that the government is making in its quest for water resilience by 2030. Despite the known frustration that we all feel when there are water restrictions, this government is investing at an unprecedented rate in our water infrastructure, and that is without question. These investments include 21 major projects and 44 minor water systems being done in this fiscal year by the NWC. I, however, wish to remind colleagues that we are pursuing several major projects, including the Greater Mandeville Water Supply System. The members who are from Mandeville can attest to the improvements that citizens of Manchester particularly Mandeville, have been receiving. The Raya water treatment plant, which will bring an end to supply issues in the corporate area. The members of Parliament from St. Elizabeth will be particularly pleased with the Essex Valley Irrigation Scheme. The Pedro Plains Irrigation Scheme. There is a project, Mr. Speaker, which I am particularly pleased with, and that is the National Non-Revenue Water Project. That project has increased the efficiency, the technical efficiency of the distributive system of the NWC. The NWC, prior to this project, would lose more than, I've seen estimates that suggest they lose more than 40% of their revenues. In two ways. They lose revenue by producing water And when I say produce the water, they have to pay to treat the water. Then they put it into their pipes, and then there are leaks. And these leaks sometimes are underground, they go undetected. So they lose the revenue from that water that is leaking out. But they have to pay for the cost of producing that as well. So they lose on the treatment, and they lose on the electricity for pumping. So the company, aside from all the other issues of investment, interest rates, and so forth that they have to face, and the operational human resource efficiency issues, they lose from the technical operation of the company. And so this project is an investment in technology and know-how to detect leaks early, even leaks that are not visible. And we have done a pilot of it in the corporate area, and the results are amazing. I don't have the exact figures here, but I believe so, yes, Maya. Mr. Speaker, so we have saved incredibly from the National Non-Revenue Water Project, which we are now expanding into Portmore and other areas of Jamaica. And that is not only will improve the balance sheet of the NWC, which we have seen a dramatic improvement in the balance sheet of the NWC, it means that every Jamaican now has more potable water in their pipes. Another project which we have now moved from just a plan, we're now almost ready to implement, is the replacement of the major supply lines in Western Jamaica. And I know that Western Jamaica is under significant threat because those supply lines, again, they are old. They can't manage the demands on it. Some of them break ever so often, and yes, and significant areas of Western Jamaica are without water for sometimes days at a time, we are aware. So we have made some budgetary allocations. We do have a project, and we're going to go right through Western Jamaica and change out those major pipelines. Again, that is what you call a nation-building investment in water. It's almost $200 million US worth of investment necessary to change out those pipelines. Mr. Speaker, the tabling of the new Water Resources Master Plan, particularly in the context of climate change, represents a monumental step forward towards sustainable environmental stewardship. This comprehensive plan acknowledges the critical intersection of water management and climate resilience and provides a strategic blueprint to navigate the challenges posed by a changing climate. The initiatives I have announced today not only address immediate water security concerns, but also lay a robust foundation for long-term climate adaptation. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to the safeguarding and sustainable management of one of our most vital resources, our water. By outlining strategies for sustainable resource allocation, conservation, and equitable distribution, the plan lays the groundwork for resilient and adaptive water infrastructure. This, in turn, catalyzes economic growth and development by ensuring a stable and reliable water supply for agriculture, industry, and urban centers. Mr. Speaker, the master plan serves as a pivotal link between environmental sustainability, economic dynamism, and overall societal advancement. May it please you, members, may it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first thank the Prime Minister for his statement in the House today. Prime Minister, as you rightfully pointed out, this is a substantial document. That is the Water Resources Master Plan. And so it being a substantial document, I have not yet had the opportunity to peruse that document. Therefore, there's not much I can say at this time as it relates to the contents of the document. However, we have to welcome any strategy, any approach that focuses on identifying where our water resources are, particularly as it relates to the use of modern technology in identifying these resources. Because the concept of a water resource master plan, not only the concept, the existence of it is not new. This is something we have done before. And the truth is, Prime Minister, that we have not acted on it with the degree of urgency which is required. So I am hoping that this is not yet another situation where that master plan is placed here before the House, approved, and 10 years down the road. And this has nothing to do with any politics. I am just putting it to you, Prime Minister, that I am hoping that 10 years down the road, we do not end up in this position again. I heard reference to major projects. I heard reference to other projects. But the truth is that, Prime Minister, what Jamaica requires is not a major project. It is a mega project. As it relates to the water resource, we require a mega project. And that is why when I spoke here during the sectoral debates, I made reference to the South St. Catherine Reservoir, which was proposed from as far back as the 1980s. And to date, we have done nothing about it. You came here, Prime Minister, you made reference to the mahogany, the South St. Catherine Reservoir. I made reference to it in my presentation. And I gave the figures that existed then. That is why I welcome the review of the resources, as I anticipate that in reviewing the resources, we'll know whether or not it is still viable. That is why I say I have not commented on the plan, because I have not seen it. You made reference to a very important project, the Mahogany Vale project. And I think that is a project that needs to get off the ground now. It's important because of what is happening in the eastern end of the island, the opening up of the eastern end to development. And the fact is that, and I did so in my sectoral presentation, and I do so today again, Prime Minister. The point I'm making is simple, that we have, the challenge is not that we don't have an abundance of the resource. The previous plans that we had indicated that there was an abundance of the resources in the northern section of the country and a lack of abundance in the southern section. And the challenge then was, how do you get the water from the area where you have the most resources to the area with the least resources? So the tank project is a good project. But over time, some of the tanks, if they don't get water in them consistently, they crystallize. And it becomes redundant. So the plan should be not to provide the tanks, but to provide the water to them into their pipes, into their houses. And that is what I'm suggesting. I was curious when I saw the areas selected. However, you would have outlined the basis on which an objective criteria was established. But I'm still curious because if I'm looking at a plan for distribution of tanks, the first place I'm looking is St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth. And it's not based on empirical data, but anecdotally. We look and we see where St. Elizabeth and Manchester, for example, they have serious issues with water. I know Northern Clarendon, and I'm happy for them. But the truth is that we have parishes like St. Elizabeth where it could go and help the farmers immediately, and to support whatever other programs the Ministry of Agriculture has there. So I'm saying that that should have been the approach taken when you're looking at how you're going to roll out the project. But all in all, Prime Minister, as I've said before, I have not seen the plan, but I'm hoping that there's a mega project down the line. There was a reference also to the water that is in the Black River and how we're going to get that water to provide water to all of St. Elizabeth and Manchester. And I'm hoping that is also apart. No, there was another major project that was proposed because Essex Valley is different. There's a major project that was proposed. It has been on the table since the 1960s. The Black River, the capturing of the water from the Black River, that's another major project. Essex Valley is not, yeah, that's a different thing. So I'm saying, Prime Minister, that we know that there's water here. We have the dams that are in need of major upgrades. We have Mona, we have the Hermitage. We have water coming every year, and by a quint, there's no water in the pipes and we're facing restrictions. So I'm urging you to focus on perhaps a mega project. All countries across the world, it is clear, it is trite, settled that in the future, the water resource will be the main resource where everybody will be clamoring for. And if there's any event of any Third World War, it is said that water may be the basis on which that war may be launched. So the truth is that Jamaica, being the land of wood and water, we ought to ensure that we have a mega project. I don't worry about the 5 major projects, a mega one that will come sort out the issues in one section, then move on to another mega project. 4 mega projects, one in the west, one in the east, one in the north, and one in the south. We solve all the problems. So, Prime Minister, I accept that the approach taken is welcome and it makes sense because they have Geospinks, a company that is actually doing some prospecting across, I think, Bellas Gate and other areas, St. Catherine, Northern Clarendon. And the technology they have, when I took a look at the technology, they have the technology to detect water that we never detected years ago. So that is why I'm saying the approach is welcome, especially in taking into account the advancement in technology. But we need a mega project. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, when you mentioned the Greater Mandeville water supply, and we've been having this conversation back and forth. No. You speak of the current improvement that the residents are seeing in their water supply. But the question, Prime Minister, is that there are 2 contracts with that Greater Mandeville water supply project. One that has to do with the Hylton to Perth, which work has already started and they are near completed. But the major part, which is from Greenvale to the source, which is in Kingsland, have not yet started. So that's why when you keep on talking about improvement and residents seeing improvement, I am just saying, no, you're saying they are already seeing improvements. And I'm just saying that, but if the major part has not yet started, I don't see all the improvements are there. So, but also, Prime Minister, there's no argument because we are welcoming it. But the issue that I have with that project, though, Prime Minister, and it comes back to the point that the member from Southwest Clarendon, is that you're replacing the pipes. The pipes pass through the community of Kingsland going into the Greenvale roundabout. Currently, none of the communities on either side of the road, be it South Manchester, and I'm sure the Member of Parliament that is sitting here from South Manchester doesn't even know that there's no water on that side, nor on the Northwest Manchester side. If it is that we're going to be improving the supply of water, some consideration should be given to those communities where the main is passing on that main artery. That supply is given to those communities of the main. Yeah? So if it is that we're just supplying those who have water already, but not giving to those who don't have any, then we're not really growing the populace in providing potable water. I also want to ask the Prime Minister if there are any plans for further expansion, especially from the porous end, because none of those communities who used to get water supply from the porous side, I'm talking about places like New Green, who used to get water. You have places like Kendall, who used to get regular sources supply of water. Because we accept, Prime Minister, that to NWC's numbers, at least 70 to 80% of the water before it reaches its customer is non-revenue, right? It leaks out before it gets. So we have not been able to make any new connection because of that fact. And it is urgent, the replacement of those pipes on both sides. But again, when I hear you talking about the improved supply that customers are getting in Mandeville, when the first phase is not even yet completed, much less the construction, yet the construction for one phase, part of it, has not even yet started. The issue, Prime Minister, and I think it is something that a decision needs to be taken. Because even though we are doing the Greater Mandeville water supply improvement now, the vast majority of Manchester still has no pipe at all. It is a challenge. Now, Manchester is a challenge. Mandeville is a challenge. But there was a project that was proposed. The consultants for the National Water Commission came into the parish itself, and this has to do with a project which is from Union Well, Balaclava to Comforthall, Oxford, and Evergreen. That was proposed from as far back as, I think, late 2020, 2021. We have not heard anything on that. So I'd love the Prime Minister if he could get to at least find out and let the House know what is the situation. I think that's a Caribbean Development Bank project that should start in replacing the pipes from Union to Comforthall, which is not seeing water for months. But the issue of the Kirkvine bauxite plant, which has not functioned for years, but has more wells than even NWC in the parish of Manchester. And from 1974, I think it was, when I read back, a proposal was made by former Prime Minister Michael Manley in how it is to utilize those wells, because they have more water than the factory even needed when in operation, much less now that the factory is not in operation. I think a decision needs to be made on nationalizing some of those wells, buying it back if needs be, so that, because when you look at the communities, even across the road from Kirkvine, don't even have running water. The community of Comfort and those areas don't even have running water. But it would also help in communities like Comforthall, Mile Gully for sure, other sections of central Manchester, which will not get running water otherwise, unless you get sources from porous coming into those areas. So I think the Prime Minister needs to take that into consideration. It is a conversation that has been happening for too long, and those wells are sitting unutilized or underutilized at this current point. So if the Prime Minister at some point can give us some information on the Union to Comforthall. Yes. So it's a Union, Balaclava, Comforthall, Oxford, Evergreen. So change out those. But also, Prime Minister, I want you to, there needs to be some consideration, because the second largest area water table that we have in the parish of Manchester is that Comforthall area, where you have the Noisy River, which then goes underground, and the water table is high. So instead of that area, because there is a plan that was done by the Underground Water Resources and the NWC, looking at the Greater Mile Gully Water Supply Project, digging a well in that general area. But that area of Manchester gets its water from St. Elizabeth. But if it can have its own source, there's no need to get water from St. Elizabeth. Are some of the issues I want to raise with the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also welcome the master plan as presented by the Prime Minister, certainly the notes that I have read related to the master plan. I really have two sets of questions, if you permit me. They say all politics is local. So before I go to local, I want to start with the other part that's local for me, which is St. Thomas. You know, you may not know, Prime Minister, I was in St. Thomas recently, talking to a number of persons, Western St. Thomas to be specific, and they feel, huh? It's also where I grew up. It's also where I grew up. Oh, keep quiet. Mr. Speaker, I seem to be, I'm being distracted, and I notice I'm not getting any help from you. No protection whatsoever. So in relation to St. Thomas, I'm pleased to see the Mahogany Vale and also that East and West St. Thomas is also going to be considered for the black tanks and so on. I don't know if you know that persons in St. Thomas actually believe that they are still being punished, yes, for Paul Bogle's crimes, yes, and as sons and daughters of Paul Bogle. And that is why we still have the issues we do with relation to water. Although we supply such a significant portion of water to Kingston, we still have too many persons in Western St. Thomas who are not benefiting from running water. And yeah, we parishioners from St. Thomas. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because it was one of the issues that they raised with me. And they said, you know, you have 6 persons who claim to come from St. Thomas in the Parliament of 63. We must can see more for St. Thomas. No, me too. So I just wanted to place that on the record and to make sure I make a call to all 6 of us who are in the Parliament from St. Thomas. So I raised that. When you mentioned the geotagging, though, Prime Minister, you were looking at this pilot program, and I was wondering what it would mean for those persons who actually have their tanks before, in terms of making a proper assessment about where the capacity for storage lies. Yeah? And so, yes, I wanted to ask you about that and to see how we could make sure that that was included as well. And then, Madam, Mr. Speaker, I go to what is really, really local, Southwest St. Andrew. And I start by saying, no, that part of what you even mentioned was the major projects that were done before to improve the water supply in Kingston and St. Andrew. The whole of that Maxfield Belt, Waltham Park, Spanish Town Road. The truth is that, and I've always said it, I believe that the residents along that belt have been model citizens in how they have accepted the displacement, yeah, that took place to facilitate the construction and the replacement of those pipes. It is therefore hard, very, very hard, to hear their woes, because even right now, they have not benefited in the way that they would have expected from water running in their pipes. Yes? All of that along Spanish Town Road, the whole of that belt still has a major problem. Mr. Prime Minister, I don't know if you are aware that a lot of that pipe laying, some of what was done by JSIF, has not really worked. They whisper and tell me, I don't know if I should whisper it here and tell you, that some of those pipes were not properly laid, and therefore water is not flowing through them. So what happens? No, I'm just telling you what they tell us. That is what is whispered to me, and so I whisper it here to you today. But the truth is that Greenwich Town, for example, people have no water there running through their pipes. And I don't know if you're also aware, this is another question, that persons in that area, for example, who have to leave and go over to West Kingston to look water, do so at their own peril. Yes? Because whereas there are some persons who would welcome them to get water, there are others that will not welcome them with open arms. They will welcome them with other arms in their hand. Yeah? In their hand. So, no, but it's a real serious problem. So one is around the actual water in the pipes. The other is also we closed some roads, East Avenue in particular, and made it one way going from Marcus Garvey up to Maxfield to facilitate the works that were being done there. What has happened now, and believe you me, I couldn't go back to Southwest if I never put this on the table today. What has happened now is that we have individuals, businessmen and residents, who have become hostage because we turned a number of their roads into one-ways and we closed many of them. And so what happens now is that they are forced to drive in a particular pattern through the community. The one with the Zozo, but the one where we probably have had the most killings in recent times. And so I put it to you that in looking, because we want to provide water, but we want to make sure that people are safe. We want to make sure that when we do the investment, that people are really benefiting. And I've come here to say, the residents of Southwest St. Andrew have not seen what they expected from the major investment on Maxfield Avenue, Walton Park Road, and the Spanish Town Road in terms of the water that they should be seeing. Yes? And I don't want people to think about Southwest St. Andrew and believe that these are people who are looking free water. No. There are people who are prepared to pay for their water. In fact, many of them are getting bills with only air coming through their pipes. And that is something that, with this big master plan, as the member representing St. Andrew Southwest, I've come here today to speak on their behalf because we too want to be part of this vision, yes, of sustainable water supply in a safe environment. And that is not where we are, and that is not what we are feeling right now. Blessing.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I fully appreciate the broader presentation in terms of the strategy for a well-developed water resource plan. Two aspects of it I want to speak to Prime Minister and ask the question. The wastewater treatment aspects of it, and the surface water, the runoff and catchment opportunity. I know we address the plentiful water resource that we have now that's running off, most of it running into the sea, a lot of it running into the sea, and creating havoc in some of the community through which they pass. My presentation here today in the state of the constituency spoke to the Duane River and the freshwater river and the problems. Rather than being a beneficiary, it's a problem. They're causing havoc in the Seaview Gardens and in parts of Duane Park, in New Haven, right? So, Prime Minister, the wastewater treatment, the wastewater treatment as well is, I hope, I haven't had the benefit of going through the document, but any comprehensive master plan must address in a significant way issues of how we treat with the surface water, the catchment possibility. For example, I believe that there should be a catchment could be a catchment in most parishes, substantial enough to ensure that we are preserving those surface water that would otherwise run to the sea or go to waste. Water treatment is a very important part of it, and I'm hoping, when I get the document and delve into it, that I'll see a significant response or a developed response to the wastewater treatment and the surface water issues. Is there a plan to build large catchment tanks in each of the parishes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple quick questions, Prime Minister. And as someone who really takes this water crisis very seriously, because my constituency has suffered, and not just through one administration, but through several. And I cry for the people who have continued to support me, and from a constituency where water comes from, the Tolo Springs in Bogwalk. There are still some communities in Bogwalk without water. The first free village in St. Catharines, Sligoville, the first free village in Jamaica, we still struggle to get water, and yet water is leaving from my constituency to all of Portmore, to Kingston, and yet the people of my constituency are still suffering. There has to be a way to ensure that those that are surrounding the source can be beneficiaries of the source as well. There must be a way. I have been here for 16 years, Prime Minister, and I will be here for a little while longer. But I have a definite problem with some of the minor things. And I know you're looking at the major things, but I think you need to look at some of the low-hanging fruits. One of which is the materials the NWC they're currently using. Because I don't know what happened. They fix a pipe this week, and it busts again next week. They have to come back to fix the same pipe. So I worry about if it's I don't know if it is inferior material. I don't know if it is incompetence in the way the materials are being utilized or the process through which they're being used. But we have too many recurrences of the same problem. I'm also worried about the fact that they keep digging up the roads, the very few good roads we have. NWC digs up the road and don't go back to fix them. And once you start that in a road, it continues to erode, and then the entire road goes. And I'm not seeing enough emphasis being placed on ensuring that when the NWC does that kind of repair work, that it must, or there must be some way for the citizens to sue the NWC so that they can get money to repair their roads. It just seems the recovery treatment plant in St. Catherine, I've been here for 16 years. It's been on the books for 16 years. I'm still not seeing it. It's supposed to happen in Content in St. Catherine. I'm still not seeing it. So I'm still hoping to hear when that project will get off the ground. And you have announced it again, but it has been announced several times. And I just want to know if it is really going to happen at this point. All right. The NSTA trainees who are going to be trained by heart, is it just going to be in the constituencies where you're going to be having the pilot projects in the first instance? So in this first instance, you don't want 10 from me? You will allow me to go ahead. And I'm begging for currency as well, my neighbor. All right. So Mr. Speaker, the truth is, Mr. Speaker, that our people have really suffered over years. Some might think it's a lack of political will why we can't seem to get it right. They think we have just not been purposeful enough to want to get water to every living Jamaican. And it really has to be a goal of this parliament, to have the will to get it right, to do the mega project that we are talking about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it warms my heart to hear the responses and questions and commentary and observations of the members of the House relative to the subject that we are discussing, water. I'm thankful that the introduction of political consideration was done with great consideration and moderation, and that water is something around which the country should unite on a strategy and a way forward. And the plans set forward here is the technical roadmap to water resilience and sufficiency. I wish to say, however, Mr. Speaker, that Jamaica is not short of water. In fact, some people would say that the earth isn't short of water. The same water that you have now is the water that the dinosaurs had, because it is a circulation process. So the water is always here. The challenge, of course, is the variations in weather and climate, and the growth in demand for water, and the energy to produce the water, and the infrastructure to distribute the water. In Jamaica, we face a particular challenge because most of our water resources would be on the northwestern side of the island, but the bulk of our population is in the southeastern end of the island. So we have, therefore, a distribution problem. We would also have an energy problem because our country is hilly, so we're going to have to do a lot of pumping uphill. But given those natural geographic dispositions that we have, we also, Mr. Speaker, in the last 40 years had another problem. And that problem is that we did not have the fiscal wherewithal to make the investments that were needed to keep up with the growth in population and demand. And that's what it boils down to, Mr. Speaker. The member from St. Catherine North Central points out that it is very difficult to explain to her constituents why it is that they don't have water after so many years when the water is coming out of the ground in the local where they live. And it's hard to explain to them. And even if we were to explain, as we have just done, that you will have to have distribution, you have to have the infrastructure for pumping, for treating, for storage, it all comes down to the country not having the financial wherewithal to do it. Hear, hear. That is the reality, and I want to put that on the table. Hold on. This is what debates are about. Right. Now, Mr. Speaker, for many years, the NWC posed a fiscal risk to our government. There are several times in the last 20 years where the government had to take over NWC's debt. Now, the debt speaks to how NWC was managed, and a lot of issues there, but it also speaks to another issue that I raised, which was the technical inefficiencies, the leakages, and so forth. But when we talk about water, because it is a public good, we can't always seek to provide water on a commercial basis. So, for the NWC, there is a natural subsidy that government has to provide. We call it the lifeline rate, where you get a certain number of gallons of usage at a particular rate, which is almost below cost to the NWC. So because of the public good nature of water, there is a subsidy that has to come with it. And it means that that subsidy has to be paid for, even though people receive it freely. You know, there are persons who abstract water freely and believe that, oh, it's free, somebody has to pay for it. And goes back to the point where I'm saying that if the finances of the country can't support it, then it just simply won't be done. But worse than that, what you have already laid in terms of infrastructure, you are not able to keep a pace with the upgrade and maintenance, and therefore it collapses and falls away. And that is the description of the situation with water in Jamaica. In the last 8 years or so, we have seen a change in our fiscal circumstances. And as a result of that change, this government recognizes, as does the opposition, the importance of water. And we have started to make the necessary budgetary and fiscal allocations so that when the member from North Central St. Catherine has to face her constituents, she may not be able to tell them that, yes, you're going to get a project tomorrow. But you can now have some assurance that there will be projects that will do the mega projects as was suggested, and there will be projects that will deal with, as you call it, member, the low-hanging fruits. So I want to set that stage to say that we are in a different dispensation. We are not going to be able to do it overnight. But we have now started the planning work to be able to reach to everyone. And a part of that planning work is what we have just done. We have tabled a master plan about our water supply. Then we have tabled guidelines about another means of securing our water, which is rainwater harvesting. The issues that have been raised in the debate are important issues. The member from Clarendon Southwest rightfully points to the fact that we need a big project in water. We have not had a massive project in water for many years. The last massive project we had in water was in the 80s when we did the pipeline from St. Thomas, the Yallas pipeline. That's the last big one. Right? No. My friend from Clarendon says he disagrees with why we haven't been able, which is the fiscal issues, which I pointed out. But the real reason is, it's not that we didn't have the plans. We have plans from 1960, Margony Vale, the same plans about putting a dam in Bernard Lodge, that era there. That was been there from 1980s. The Moses Lake, that has been there for how long? All kinds of plans have been there, but the wherewithal, the financial wherewithal to do it has not been there. When I listen to the conversation, it is just no that you have, we can say, why are we not doing this? Let us do that. We need that project. Without understanding that if it were not for the management of the economy, everything that you wish for, everything that you're talking about. So my friend, So,
members,
so my friend, let me
the
tell you.
speaker is on the floor.
So, Mr. Speaker, I do agree, and I confess this, that when I sit with the technical people from NWC and WRA, and I said to them, we need to do some big projects. And they are in agreement, and they have provided us with projects that can be done. Mahogany Vale, we were even examining taking water down the hills, up, I believe, St. Catherine, coming down Devil's Race Course, coming all the way down. We looked at all kinds of big projects. We're looking at a big project for Clarendon to do what we call pumped hydro storage, which is a combination of water and energy together. So we are looking at these big projects. But when you say mega projects, I understand what you're saying. You're saying you want to see projects, $1 billion that would make sea change to water. And so the Mahogany Vale project is one, our pumped hydro storage is another. Those are $1 billion projects. I'm going to speak about those in another minute, but just now, I would want you to appreciate that, for example, the project that you were speaking of, which is the Black River project, that project is actually now in implementation. That project is the Pedro Plains. No, that's the Pedro Plains. No, man, that's the Pedro Plains project. No, hold on. That's the Pedro Plains project, which I have announced in my budget presentation. The minister has spoken about it. This project is estimated to cost $200 million. This will serve 4,000 hectares of agricultural land, right? Already, we have allocated 700 million Jamaican dollars for mapping. My friend, I really want you to So we have already allocated 700 million. No, correct. $700 million for mapping the area, giving the farmers and the residents titles. And why do we need to do this first? Can you imagine this is a water project? A water project, you know, but before we can actually go to water, we have to do what you call it, the cadastral mapping. We have to do the topographical map. But why do we have to do this? Because we have to determine. No, fine. Whatever it is. So, you know, our friends in the gallery looking on, and I see some of them smiling and trying to follow the back and forth of the debate. No, it's important that they are also included in the debate. The point being made by the member from Southwest Clarendon, forgive me, is that this project is not a new project. As I've said before, there is no patent on ideas. We get them out of the pipeline. Precisely. What I believe in is that the brain is not all in one head. Right? So you have a brain, I have a brain. We pull the ideas together. The real difference, though, is who can get it done. So we were making the point to the member from Southwest Clarendon, very important point to be made, that this is not a mega project, but it's a large project. It's a $200 million project, and it will revolutionize that area in terms of the access to potable and irrigation water. But before we can do the project, the point that I wanted to emphasize to assist the member from St. Catherine, North Central, is that these mega projects or large projects, they have a long execution time. So even though we have technically are on top of the fiscal issues, it is now the administrative and bureaucratic issues, the compliance issues, the procurement issues that elongate the time for service delivery. And that's what I want the members in the gallery who are listening to understand. So before we can actually get to take the water out of the Black River, we have to go and survey all the lands that are going to be affected by the pipeline so that we can establish easement, because we can't just go and put pipeline on people's land. No, it wasn't done, and that's it's doing now. It is being done now. So I want the country to appreciate that while people are coming out and demonstrating with placards and we want water now, we want to give you the water now. But before we actually get to deliver even one drop of water, there are certain steps that these projects have to go through. And it's a big debate in the society, of course, because if you don't go through these steps, then you are exposed to all kinds of accusations, some of which may be true. But not only that, in the implementation, you could make errors. And therefore, these steps are important for governments to comply with. Now, that is what introduces now the politics. And the politics doesn't have to be divisive. The politics can be enabling. It is how do we use this platform of Parliament to explain to your constituents, member from North Central, St. Catherine, that it is not impotence on the part of the government. It is not callousness or uncaringness. It is that there is a process. So we have now conquered, I hate to use that word, but we have now come to grips with our fiscal reality. We are making the fiscal, meaning the allocations from the public purse to water, and we are going through all the processes to be able to deliver. The member from Northwest Manchester, oh, he's here. He's changed his seat.
Inching forward, strategically located.
The member.
He sees a vacancy.
The member from Northwest Manchester knows about the Mandeville upgrading program. He knows about it and how long it has been in the works. And it is now being implemented. Slowly, maybe, but surely. But I wanted to make a point which he will identify with. He was recently visiting the Troy Bridge on the border of his constituency. And he was making the point that how long it has taken to be fixed. I am pleased to announce today that the project has gotten the approval of the PIAB, the Public Investment, what's it like? Approval, the Public Investment. PIMC, not the PIMC, the Management Committee. So a part of, in the last decade or so, we have introduced another process in doing investments, public investments. And that is a process of scrutinizing investments down to the minutiae. Let me tell you, it is the nature. So it is the nature of public investments these days. Jamaica is not the only country that has to do it. But if we are going to be faithful to good fiscal management, meaning that if we took up $1 of public funds to spend to the public, to the people who are inconvenienced, we can understand from their perspective, I want a bridge right now. But for us to be sure that we are actually spending the public's resources to the best, we need to understand, for example, all right, you're building a bridge. Is it the right place to put the bridge? Are there issues for climate change that would make that bridge susceptible to other natural disasters? What kind of bridge are you going to put there? In other words, there has to be a process of questioning and interrogating and robustly looking at every dollar of public expenditure. And that is what the public investment process is about. Now, I agree with you. It is very frustrating. I think that for a simple bridge, we should just respond. But Jamaica is in a different place today. We are in a different dispensation. And if we are going to have our fiscal management and good economy be sustained and carried forward, these are the kinds of compliance requirements that we are going to need to follow. What it means is that our public sector bureaucracy has to become more efficient. That's what it means. It means, right, our public sector bureaucracy. However, we must not put in our way bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake. The bureaucracy must be efficient itself. It must make sense. And therefore, it is the dispensation in which we are in is that we have to be constantly looking at what is our capacity and what are we asking our people to do. So I wanted to use this debate about water to make the point that yes, people are suffering for water. I get the complaints daily, both for persons who are in the utility area, meaning that they get water from NWC, but they're not getting it in a sufficient and reliable way. My constituency adjoins the member from Southwest St. Andrew, and it is the same complaint. They went through my constituency. I'm forever grateful to them. They were so patient over, I think it was 3 years ago when there was this major break in the water main and they had no water even during Christmas. And we have replaced those pipes, put in bigger pipes. They are getting water, but they're not getting water to the quantity that they would expect and the reliability. And that is a concern. So Mr. Speaker, since the member raised the issue, just to be clear, that entire section of Kingston, if we were to truly respond to the water issues, we would have to take up all those pipes that have been laid and put in new pipes. The pipes are encrusted. Some of them are old metal pipes. There are so many breaks in them. And, well, I'm not sure we have, I think we may still have some, but not a lot. But for, Mr. Speaker, because they have been laid so long, the pipes may have started out at a particular diameter. But over the years, as sedimentation increases, the diameter of the pipes decrease. And so the flow decreases. And this is a major reason. One of the other issues is that as we have put in new pipes and we are now regulating water supply, there are persons who before were not formally connected. I'm dealing with the issue as euphemistically as possible. Right, they were consuming the water, not formally connected. So as we go and put in new systems, it is important, Mr. Speaker, that they make contact with the NWC and get formally connected to the system. I put it to you in that way, right? So, Mr. Speaker, I mean, we could go on the debate. I'm very pleased, however, by the level of the debate. It's very important that people see their parliament discussing these issues from all the angles, and at the end of it can feel that there is some progress that will be made for them, whether it is in North Central, in Southwest, West Central, or Southeast. Mr. Speaker, I yield at this point. I yield so that the member can raise.
No, I just on the issue of the Troy Bridge, and I'm happy that the the issue has, after 2 years, we have come to the point of being able to pass the PIMSEC. PIMSEC, yeah. But just for general knowledge of the public and constituents from Northwest and from South, Trelawney, that this is just one phase, because I don't want from the Prime Minister's pronouncement feeling that this is no, construction will start. No. That's why I make sure to rise, Prime Minister. But no, it is not, the Prime Minister did not say that, but I don't want persons in the general public hearing the pronouncement from the Prime Minister that it has been approved that construction will. So I'm helping the Prime Minister at the same time. But there's that it has to now go out to tender, which is now going to take some time and in dealing with. But in the report from the PAAC on the third supplementary budget, the whole issue of procurement came up in it, and the FS herself spoke of what the Minister of Finance was saying, Sotevoshe beside you, is that there has to be some way in the technocrats in the various ministries, departments, and agencies catching up with the system. And if that is the case, that has to be done quickly, because it slows down the wheels of government, be it that we are on this side or that side. When we see the amount that comes back to from the capital side of the budget for non-expenditure, and the excuse is the slow implementation because of procurement, then it begs the question that there is something inherently wrong with the system itself. Probably not the system, the PIMSEC, but those who are administering the system. And I think urgency needs to be given to that, so that we don't have the recurrence of capital expenditure coming back when our constituents out there see the need for the expenditure.
Just to be quick in response, I mean, I appreciate what the member is saying. You had asked, member, about the Oxford and the Balaclava project for the pipeline. Yes, it's a $36 million project. It is now going to go, well, it will go before the CDB board for approval. So once that approval is given. No, but it's going in November. It's moving, right. So for November, it will go before that, the Caribbean Development Bank for approval. So you will likely see some progress. It will take about 7 months after approval to go through the procurement and implementation. So you will, I would say, late next year, next financial year, or late next financial year, you should see something there. In terms of the suggestion of the Kirkvine wells, I will take it under advisement. I will pursue it. It sounds reasonable, but again, it's not something that I could commit to overall. And yeah, definitely. And in terms of the Rio Corby project, it is still, it has been approved, and it's a PPP. They are now, the principals are now seeking to close the financing of the project. So, yeah, so because it's a PPP, it's a privately funded project, they have to, within the private market, sort out some of the financial arrangement. But the project itself has been approved, and as soon as those things are solved, it will be. That project has been under consideration since 2009. 2009. But it is the closest it has ever been to implementation. Right? The closest it has ever been. So the next time I report, I'm hopeful that we will have positive report of it starting. So, Mr. Speaker, again, may it please you, and thank you. May I put the resolution? I ask that the motion be moved, Mr. Speaker. Be approved.
Question is on the floor. Motion to be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
I now ask for, at this point, we're asking for a break. Is it? Where is it? Oh. Oh, we're going, okay, okay. Mr. Speaker, are you?
Minister Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House of Representatives a copy of the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Third Supplementary Estimates of Expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2024, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2023-24, and the Jamaica Public Body's Second Supplementary of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending March 2024. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Third Supplementary Estimates of Expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2024, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 23-24, and the Jamaica Public Body's Second Supplementary of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending March 2024, which were laid on the table of the House on the 31st day of October 2023, be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Mr. Speaker, I now move for suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. We now go to public business.
Be approved, that the motion be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the meeting of the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2024. The Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2023-2024, interim report, and the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2024, which were laid on the table of the House on the 31st day of October 2023.
Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. We know the meeting of the House is suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet. The Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, is now convened. We'll now ask Member Lee to pray.
Almighty God, we thank you for this evening. We thank you for all gathered here. We thank you, Father, for bringing our nation through these terrible times in terms of natural disasters and keeping us all safe and sound. Guide and protect our families, Lord, as we deliberate here today on the finances of our nation. We ask for your guidance, we ask for your protection, and we ask, Father God, that let it be done into the honor and the glory of your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Members, you would have remembered that on the 26th day of September 2023, the House of Representatives by resolution referred the third supplementary estimate of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2024, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2023-2024, interim report, and the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2024 to the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee of the House of Representatives for the consideration and report. The committee's report is now before us for our consideration and report. This committee is now ready to start its deliberation, and I ask the leader of the House to inform us how we will proceed.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I would ask if we would consider taking the entire book and then treat with the amendments rather than page by page. Questions, you'll still be able to ask questions and refer to a particular page if you so wish.
What I would recommend, I have some questions and my colleagues may have some, and then I think we can take the questions, the minister can respond, and then we can just take the book. I don't intend to go line by line through the book, but I have some general questions which I intend to ask.
So we will take the questions, and then after the responses, we'll just take the whole book. And the minister will also indicate the amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I normally have the opportunity for opening remarks. Given the time, I will pass on that. and just go straight to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I start with two sets of questions. The first relates to the under expenditure of the capital budget, and in the report, much has been said about procurement and other issues that may have prevented us from spending what we had projected. Can the minister give a definitive answer? Because I noticed the FS said procurement was not the problem, as to what he would consider to be the main reason why there was the under expenditure, and what is being done to address those issues so that we can actually spend what we project, because there are so many implications of underspending the capital budget. The second set of questions relate to the increase in debt servicing, which I know would partially be a result of the increases in interest rates, both domestically and internationally. And if I look on page 7 of the PAAC report, there's a total of $27.8 billion in increased debt servicing costs. What I'd like to know from the minister, does that solely represent the increases in interest rates, or is it that the government is in the market to buy back bonds or has prepaid on some of the debt? So I just want some clarification on that. So I'd start with those two questions.
Thank you, member. So on the first question in relation to capital expenditure, the item in capital expenditure that has been reduced in its third supplementary estimate is the contingency provision for new projects being developed during the year. So this reduction does not relate to any specific project that we had targeted for this fiscal year not being done. It is a contingency provision that we have in the event that projects conceived during the year become ready for financing. Now, there was a general conversation as I read the minutes of the PAAC meeting about a general conversation as I read the minutes about projects and how fast they move. This conversation, as I read it, is not an explanation, as FS said, for what we have here in the third supplementary. Just to repeat, the reduction does not relate to any specific project at all. All the projects at the start of the year are still progressing and being financed. This reduction relates to the provision that we have, because you remember the PI, the Public Investment Management process, is a continuous process throughout the year. We're at a meeting today, we'll have an hour in 30 days. New projects can be approved, and the procurement can be such that they need to be implemented in the year. And so you would draw from these resources in order to implement those. Now, so that is that's the answer to your question. The conversation in the PAAC went beyond this to include a conversation about other matters.
My colleague was just bringing to my attention in the Yellow Book 41,000 C1, and identified two projects that have been, where it indicates on the expenditure. The Education Transformation Program, $225 million, Primary and Secondary Infrastructure Program, $248 million. Now, I don't know whether this is part of the, yeah, so if you can probably just give an explanation of those.
No, thank you for that, because it allows me to sharpen my comment. What I'm saying is that in the pool of projects that we have, in this supplementary, some of them we're allocating more, and some of them, have been behind and therefore have less. Okay, but the total amount for let's say we had 50 projects in the being executed this year. The amount we're allocating to those 50 projects remains the same. Some got some more in the supplementary, some have been revised downwards in the supplementary, but the total for the 50 projects, let us say it's 50, is the same. Where the reduction comes from is that we have, and if we bring up the book from March, and every year we have in the line item contingency provisions for new projects to be approved during the year, we had 8.7 billion, right? Because, as I said, we can have, in previous years, we start the year, the project is not ready for funding, but it becomes ready for funding in the June or July or the August, and those resources are therefore on hand. We've gotten to November, and that we have not had need to draw on that contingency, and therefore, in this supplementary, it is being reduced.
It would be good to know what of that is what $30 billion in reduction in 8.7. How much of that is contingency? That you, what, of the 8.7 is all contingency? No, and why? Why? Because when you look at this book, Minister, and I mean I'm going to refer to page 26,000 C1 again. Are you saying to me, and that's on the Ministry of National Security, are you saying to me that this 942 million in savings was originally, is it that you over budgeted in what you are going to spend for this financial year? Or because I'm not it's not really clear. If that 8 billion is contingency, then what is these savings in the capital expenditure?
These savings, if you want to use that word, represent reallocation to other CapEx projects. So for example, if you look at under health, in this supplementary, the health capital projects have gotten more, right, from the savings in the ones that you identified. And we have some others that have gotten more as well. So I'm saying the total amount allocated to the projects that we're working on this year has not been reduced in aggregate. Some have gotten more, some less. And that is a normal procedure. That will happen again in the next supplementary we bring. Shift around. So the pool of active projects has the same total allocation. Where the change comes is that we had 8.7 billion. If you look at what I would have referred to that in a previous speech back in March, in the contingency provisions for the public investment management system, that amount, that is where the reduction is coming from. Okay, so say it again. In the 50 projects, I'm using 50, it might be 100, it might be 30. In the 50 projects, some in this supplementary have more allocation. For example, in the health public projects, some have less allocation. The total remains the same. And we will go through a similar exercise in a future supplementary because we're always seeking to optimize and make sure that we can use as much of the total allocation as possible. Where the difference comes in March, I would have tabled and I would have said that in the CapEx figure, we have $8.7 billion as a contingency for projects to be approved during the year. Okay?
Keep turning now. Oh. So combined, the figures hasn't changed, but obviously there is some slowdown in some projects that will allow you to shift the figures around. Am I right or wrong, Minister?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. In any year, you have a mixture of 50 projects. That happens every year. We engage in that every single year. Some are ahead, some are behind, and we reallocate.
Right.
And
so the discussion really was what is causing the slowdown of some of these projects. And in the instant, Many of the explanations given was that there are some issues with procurement in some of those. And as the FS said in the report, that where that figure is concerned, it had nothing to do with, but when you go to the various ministries, departments, and agencies, I mean, you're talking about the Ministry of National Security with 942.9 million in savings or under expenditure. So are you saying that the construction of the Westmoreland Police Divisional Headquarters, what are the issues that cause that there's a $300 million under expenditure in this financial year? Which are the issues that needs to be looked at in dealing with the procurement?
Okay, so I don't think I'll be able to speak specifically to that project in and of itself, but certainly the minutes of the PAAC meeting, they made the point that often the process is blamed, but there are factors way beyond the process that causes issues. And in the minutes, what it has, for example, is that sometimes they go to tender for procurement and they get no bids. So the procurement, it's not that the procurement is bad, that the system is bad, but they got no responsive tenders and they have to retender, and that takes time. There are other instances where a procurement occurs, especially in construction. The procurement is successful, a contractor is identified, and it takes 6 months for the contractor to post a performance bond. But what the common language that everybody uses, including in this house, is to blame procurement, and that is often inaccurate. Right? So we do have, as was mentioned in that committee, there are real issues, but not entirely issues with the system, but issues because private parties also have to play a role, and oftentimes things don't work out with private parties in the way that we would, always like. The question on the increase in the interest payment. All right, so I had addressed that in my opening remarks. As you can see, this increase in interest payments is way less than the corresponding increase in the policy rate from the central bank. The central bank went from 0.5 to 7, an increase of 6.5 percentage points. And here we're talking about an increase here, if you add it all up together, of probably a percentage point or so on overall debt stock. And the reason is that we have a lot of fixed rate instruments on the local side. With respect to where some of this is coming from, we do have some debt on the foreign side that's linked to floating foreign interest rates. And as those floating foreign interest rates reprice, the price of our interest goes up. So that is what explains the majority of the interest variance in this budget.
So the total figure of the 27.8 billion would be the increases in interest rates both locally and
No. The 27.8 billion reflects $15 billion of interest increases, and those interest increases are primarily due to increases in foreign floating interest rates that we are obligated to pay. The amortization increase is due to the fact that some of the drawdowns that we have, the proportion of the drawdowns that we made under the RST and the RFI, RST is the Resilience and Sustainability Trust with the fund, and the RFI is the Rapid Financing Instrument. The drawdowns that we made were a little different, not from what was originally planned, and the amortization of the RFI is faster than the amortization of what would otherwise have been that financing plug, right? So it's a good amortization, of course, is money that you're paying back, is principal you're paying down. So what this represents is that because we drew down on the RFI, which has a faster repayment. You know, the RST is a 20-year loan. The RFI is like a 5-year loan or something like that. And the repayment is therefore faster. And that results in the uptick in amortization. But it will iron itself out next year. Yeah.
It's not a case of we are prepaying on either of those facilities.
No. You're talking about some newspaper report the other day, which I can't comment on at this point in time. But it doesn't. This does not relate to any prepayment or anything like that. No.
All right. Again, following the report, the issues related to the teachers, and from the report, there were 2 allowances which seem to have accounted for the discrepancies. And based on this report, the FSS said she was awaiting, there's a directive that needs to come from your ministry in relation to, I believe, the graduate allowance. Can you indicate whether that has been done and what the current status is?
Yeah, I think there is an inaccuracy in the report. With respect to what you just mentioned, the graduate allowance, there was a proposal that is under consideration, but the cost of that proposal needs to be costed, and that information provided to the Ministry of Finance. That the Ministry of Education needs to provide that costing. I'm not sure, certainly at the date of the PAAC meeting, that pricing was not provided.
Well, you're basically awaiting that from MOE before
I'm just saying, at the time of the PAAC meeting, it would not have been provided. I was I was on a investor roadshow last week, so I'm not sure if it came in on Friday, for example, but certainly as at the date of the PAAC, only one came in on Friday. Yeah, only one of them came in. One of them came in on Friday. I don't know which one.
To the date of the PAAC, only one, which was the smaller of the
local,
the
inducement.
Inducement, right, that they had received, and not the graduate.
The other ones,
yes.
Right. So we, as you know, we can't agree to something without a costing. So we have to get the costing first. Yes. So I would ask, Chairman, that we put the amendment to the, all the pages. There's just one aspect of amendment that I'd want to bring to your attention, is that we have just done some shuffling to provide the Ministry of Local Government with $100 million for the KSMAC to begin repairs of the Coronation Market. The KSMC would have sold property in the region of they would have sold property and received proceeds from that sale of about $320 million, which is going to come to the consolidated fund. Clearly, that's not a revenue. So it's not that we can just turn around and give it back, so to speak, but the principle being that they have brought resources into the coffers. So we are in this supplementary providing $100 million for the repairs of the Coronation Market to begin. I just want to bring that to your attention.
And that would be an advance then on that $300 million, which they haven't received yet.
No, it's not so much an advance in that it's not. I mean, this is a technical. It's not. The monies are not so interchangeable in the sense that under Jamaica's financial administration laws, the proceeds from the sale of the property by the municipality comes to the consol fund, but it's not revenue. So if it were revenue, then yeah, you can just take it and give it back. But but the principle is that they've provided resources, and the equitable thing to do is to allow them to use those resources, but we need fiscal space in order to do that, because it's not, if it were revenues, the sale would provide its own fiscal space. Right?
Not be able to answer. Maybe the minister. Which properties were those that were sold to generate that 300 million? I don't know if the minister, local government can.
Sale of the Constant Spring Market was one such property. I'm not sure, member, as to the other, but it is not something which is new in terms of sales of property, and then you seek the permission based on an understanding for the proceeds to be used on specific programs. And whatever the arrangements are, that is what has to be followed through in terms of the expenditure.
So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So if we, Chair, can approve the estimates along with the amendments, please.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Let me just say it formally. I put the third supplementary estimates of oh, that's for him, that's not for me. So the amendments to the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2024, the Government of Jamaica fiscal policy paper for the financial year 23-24, interim report, and the Jamaica Public Bodies second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2024 are before us. I put the amendments.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. I put the third supplementary estimate of the expenditure and Jamaica Public Body second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2023, the Government of Jamaica fiscal policy paper, and Jamaica Public Body second supplementary of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2023-2024 as amended. Those in favor? Those against? This committee now stands adjourned. Is it the wish of the committee for me to sign this report? Yes. Thank you. This Honorable House now resume its sitting. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the recommittal of the items, announcements, reports from committees, and notices of motions given orally.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Announcement.
Laid on the table of the House today are copies of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the Third Supplementary Estimate of Expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024 as amended, and the Jamaica Public Body's Second Supplementary Estimate of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending March 31, 2024, and the Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2023-2024 interim report as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the Third Supplementary Estimates of Expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2024, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2023-24, and the Jamaica Public Body's Second Supplementary of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending March 2024.
Notices of motion given.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House, I'll move, be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the Third Supplementary Estimates of Expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2024, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 23-24, and the Jamaica Public Body's Second Supplementary of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending March 2024, which are laid on the table of the House on the 31st day of October 2023, be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker in bow tie. Given that this is the third supplementary estimates have been fully ventilated, I provided a statement on the tabling, and the PAAC had a full examination, had an opportunity for questions during standing finance. I'm proposing, Mr. Speaker, that we move to approve the third supplementary estimates.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, a day well spent. Wouldn't you say that, members? Mr. Speaker, it is not contemplated for us to do any further business today. I therefore ask that the House adjourns until Wednesday. House adjourns until the 4th, the 1st. I now ask that the House be adjourned until Wednesday, November 1st, 2023 at 2 p.m., where the State of the Constituency debate will continue with contributions from the Honorable Marsha Smith, MP, St. Ann Northeastern, and Mrs. Anne-Marie Vaz, and MP Robert Morgan, Minister Morgan.
The question that the House do now adjourn for Wednesday, November 1st.
Mr. Speaker, it will not be, Minister Morgan will not be speaking tomorrow. Right? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the House do now adjourn for Wednesday, November 1st, 2023 at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? This House now stand adjourned.